We are now, kaboom. We are now in open session to hear public comments before closed session. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez is absent. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here. Excuse me. Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent. Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU, Local 121, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under item C2, conference with legal counsel. This is existing litigation. We have Winehaven versus City of Richmond. We do have one request to address the council. Cordell Hindler.
Yes, so good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. It's that time of year again. The hard work for the unions that have done good for our city, it's very important because they deserve a pay increase. Because if you looked at other cities around us, other unions, they have got a pay raise. And once again, Richmond does not have a pay increase. So when you go into closed session, think about all the hard work that these groups have done. Number two, regarding of Winehaven, I knew this was gonna come up eventually. It's like, it's going to be a concern because every time I go out there, it's like, what is the city going to do about Winehaven? And I'm like, I have no idea, but I'm hoping that when you go into closed session, y'all better hopefully they'll come to some sort of conclusion. That's it.
We do have two requests to address the council. Online speakers.
Okay, I have Richard Vale and Judy Stroyer. Richard Vale, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. Thank you, council. My name's Richard. I'm a proud member of the community. I want to talk about the unions. I think a pay increase is, like the other man has said, a pay increase is in order, just to keep up with surrounding cities. But also, going on to the police union, and I think that our police union needs to institute a T&D policy, okay? Because they're not keeping up with these niggers. Obviously, you're letting them come in.
Okay. Oh,
Next
go ahead.
speaker.
Okay. Next speaker is Judy S. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, hello, council. This isn't Judy. This is her husband, Dee. But I wanted to speak on, creating the city of Richmond as a sanctuary for transgender people. I don't understand why we are going to.
I'm sorry, that's
we're on
not a
closed session right now.
Yeah, I understand, but this is for items related to the closed session, is it not?
This is not the time. You'll have to wait for the item to come
well,
up.
fuck niggers.
Okay, that was it for the public speakers.
All right. In that case, we will close open session for closed session and retire to closed session. It is now time to start the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Vice Chair Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Willis will be absent the entire meeting. Commissioner Zepeda,
Here.
Chair Martinez,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Our next item under the Richmond Housing Authority is Statement of Conflict of Interest. Are there any? Hearing none, our next item under Richmond Housing Authority is Agenda Review. No changes? Oh, but this is for Housing Authority. Okay. Our next item is item K under, we need approval of the Housing Authority consent calendar. So we need a
I
motion.
make a motion to approve the Housing Authority consent calendar.
Yes.
I second that.
Okay, so,
Okay.
motion by Commissioner Robinson and seconded by Commissioner
Jimenez.
Jimenez.
Okay. Vice Chair Jimenez,
Presente. Oh, yes.
voting.
I already say presente. Sí.
Okay.
You are present for the vote.
That's it. Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda,
See.
Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Chair Martinez,
Yes.
and Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Willis absent. Our next item under the Housing Authority is item L1, it's under new business, is to receive a presentation from the top two respondents for the redevelopment of Eastern Village. Request for qualifications, provide direction to staff, which may include the identification of a preferred developer, and if a preferred developer is identified, and adopt a resolution authorizing the executive director of the Richmond Housing Authority to negotiate and execute an exclusive right to negotiate agreement with the selected affordable housing developer with a term not to exceed 90 days, with an option for one mutually approved extension of not more than 30 days. So each presenter will have up to 15 minutes to present.
Thank you. KCRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint? Next slide, please. Richmond Housing Authority launched a procurement process to find a partner to redevelop the Eastern Village public housing site. Past attempts to redevelop Eastern Village were unsuccessful, but recent successes by RHA with Hacienda and Novin Plaza have renewed hope for revitalizing Eastern Village, which led to the release of an RFQ. On May 15, 2024, RHA issued an RFQ for the redevelopment of Eastern Village, seeking qualified, affordable housing developers and teams for partnership. 93 prospective bidders downloaded the opportunity. Next slide, please. Richmond Housing Authority received 3 proposals from qualified developers: Eden Housing, Inc. with Community Housing Development Corporation, Gorman and Company with Novin Development, National Community Renaissance. Proposals were scored by 3 staff members and 2 Nystrom United Revitalization Effort NERV community members. Next slide, please. As you can see from the breakdown, Eden Housing and Community Housing Development Corporation were scored as the top with 90.8. Gorman and Company and Novin Development scored second with 85.2. And National Community Renaissance scored third with 80.8. We knew it was the board's wish to have the top 2 prospective bidders present, and that is what we have here today. The first presenters will be Eden Housing, followed by Gorman and Company and Novin Development. We ask that all questions be reserved until the end of both presentations. And so we will have the development team for Eden. KCRT, can you please bring up their PowerPoint?
Okay. Let's make some room. Do we advance? Do we advance the slides? What do they? Mike? Hi, good evening. My name is Dixie Lirabaus. I'm with Eden Housing. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development. It's my pleasure tonight to join you all with an opportunity to present our team and our thoughts regarding the redevelopment opportunity. Thank you so much for this. And tonight I'm joined by our co-developers, Community Housing Development Corporation, and our architectural firm, Architects Fora. Eden believes that that home is where your start is. Every day we create the housing needed to make sure that all of our neighbors have a place to call home and advocate for still more. We're a nonprofit affordable housing developer located in the East Bay, in existence for 56 years and counting. We've built over 140 properties and served more than 20,000 residents. I'd like to introduce our partners with CHDC, Joanna Griffith.
Thank you. Good evening, Joanna Griffith. I am the Assistant Director of Real Estate Development for Community Housing Development Corporation. We're a local nonprofit housing developer located in North Richmond. I'm joined here today by the project manager who will be assigned to the Nystrom Village project if we're selected, Carol Core. And CHDC and Eden has built 3 successful developments in Richmond. We just had a really well-attended groundbreaking for a 4th development yesterday that we're starting construction on. We're also were selected for a 4th development, the old county health center adjacent to the courthouse. So our partnership with Eden expands some years, and we're looking forward to working with Eden on the Nystrom Village project if selected.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Thank you. And my practice, Architects Fora, is a 100% women-owned firm specializing in the design of multifamily affordable housing with over 2,300 homes designed and built in the Bay Area and beyond. Our practice has an over 40-year legacy, and we maintain deep commitments to equity, sustainability, and advocacy in this community. I'm Kate Conley. I'm a principal at Architects Fora, one of the owners. And should we be selected for this project, my colleague Teddy Gourdet would be the associate assigned to the project as well. Next slide, please. To touch on some of the details of this housing development, these homes are for families. We're renovating 78 existing homes and providing 111 more new dwellings in a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units, plus an on-site manager's unit with 80 parking spaces in an efficient garage for an 89% parking ratio. We're installing EV charging stations and spacious secured bike facilities. Eden and CHDC are providing free transit passes to all residents. Our landscape design features low water drought tolerant planting. Pardon me. And the new building will have solar-ready infrastructure as well. On-site amenities that will support our future residents include a resident resource networking center, an outdoor play area for younger children, and a technology suite, as well as exercise facilities, a community meeting space, and outdoor gardening to promote healthy living. Carol, next slide, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So we would like to start by acknowledging the historic, contemporary, and community context of the land on which this project is sited. This land was and continues to be of the significance to the Ohlone tribe. Richmond was a hub of shipyard and automotive manufacturing industry activity. These industries attracted workers, making the city a destination during the Great Migration and into World War II. Now, there are also contemporary contexts, including the natural beauty and abundance of Richmond's redwood trees and other fauna and flora, waterways, and the San Francisco Bay. As well as, along with this, human-made heritage of CHDC's significant portfolio of the city's development, of the housing developments in the city. Also want to say that this site also sits on a demographic inflection point between predominantly white, BIPOC, Asian, Hispanic, and Asian population centers. And we would be remiss to present a design solution that didn't reflect the spirit and vibrancy of this mix of cultures. Next slide, please.
When we approached the development and thought about how we were going to do our response, we wanted to make sure that we kept some overarching principles in mind. And those were goals that the Housing Authority had reflected in their solicitation for responses. And so one of the things that we knew that we had to do was come up with an immediate housing solution for the relocation of all of the residents who currently live on the property so that the entire area could be redeveloped. And so the thought was to start with one phase of a project, knowing that there would be multiple phases over multiple years to facilitate the construction and the redevelopment of the neighborhood. And so we wanted to prioritize replacement housing. We want to minimize relocation costs and interruptions to families' daily lives. We want to make sure that we can minimize construction cost by way of minimizing interest and insurance costs, and that's by being very efficient with what we're going to present, what we're going to design, and we'll do all of that together with 100% transparency. Next slide, please.
Great. I'd like to walk you through our relocation plan quickly. Our primary goal with the relocation plan is, like Dixie said, to minimize disruption to the residents of Nystrom Village. So to first address the phasing and renovation of existing units, we began with Thank you. We began with an analysis of current occupancy. The combined number of vacant units in blocks A, B, and C is 22 units, which by our analysis was enough to relocate the residents of the 15 occupied units in Block D. At the time of creating our proposal, Block D had the fewest occupied units, and so it seemed like the natural place to start for redevelopment, since we're only able to really redevelop one block at a time. This would allow us to relocate all of the Nystrom Village residents within the property without the use of any external relocation, which can be incredibly disruptive to residents. Next slide, please. So prior to the redevelopment of Block D, tenants of the 15 occupied Block D units would be relocated to those vacant units in blocks A, B, and C, as you see here. Next slide, please. And then once Block D is vacated, development of the new construction apartment buildings may proceed. So while this request for proposals included this block first, we would propose future redevelopments of blocks A, B, and C proceed in later phases in a similar manner. Next slide, please. Our fit study for, next slide, please. Thank you. Our fit study for Block D focused on right-sizing the number of units on the site while debulking the mass of the building toward the site edges. So you see here the center is a 4-story volume in the middle of the site that steps down to 3 stories toward 15th and 16th Streets. And also those 2 smaller flanking buildings along Florida Avenue and Main Avenue are also 3-story flats. And then next slide, please. In this view from Nystrom Village Block C, you can see those step-down areas as well. And the total new building area between these three buildings is just shy of 160,000 square feet. Next slide, please. The ground floor of the new buildings will feature some ground level dwelling units, which we frequently hear are often preferred by residents with mobility impairments, as well as an 80 space parking garage and common areas, including the community room. Can we switch to the next slide, please? Thank you. The remainder of the dwelling units are up on the upper floors with some additional common areas and support spaces shown here in pink distributed throughout the building. And again, you see the count there for that 0.89 space per unit parking ratio. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Lastly, a key part of our proposal is the way that we, and by we, I mean our entire project team, practice design with our nonprofit developer partners, and that is through a robust community engagement process. Now, we understand that this community has endured multiple iterations of design solutions for Nystrom Village, and so our community engagement plan will be carefully crafted to gather the hyperlocal knowledge and shared community values about this property from neighbors and community members, while balancing a very legitimate concern about engagement fatigue to a community that has already contributed so much to trying to improve this site. We employ a 5-part community engagement process that utilizes research, listening sessions, design co-creation activities, accountability share-outs, and design and construction updates to bring our work in alignment and partnership with community members throughout the entire development process. Next slide, please.
So in closing, we want to thank you for the opportunity to present our project, our proposed project to you. And I just want to add for myself on a personal note, I've been a Richmond resident for over 50 years. I probably don't look it, but I've been fortunate to be a part of the change that has occurred over the years. I've been employed in Richmond with Community Housing Development Corporation for over 30 years. So again, thank you, and we look forward to working with you on Nystrom Village.
That concludes.
So before we go to questions with the council, I'd like to do public comment.
We have one more.
Oh, one more? Oh, sorry.
We will now hear from Gorman Company and Novin Development. KCRT, can you bring up their presentation, please?
Shall we start? Hello, I'm Kevin Kellogg. I'm with Gorman and Company. I'm market president for the Pacific Northwest of Gorman. I'd like to introduce our team members.
Excuse me, can you go closer to the mic? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Seeing our slides. Next slide. First slide, please. I'll let each of the members of our team introduce themselves, but I'm Kevin with Gorman, and I'll pass it to Nikki.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nikki Beasley, the Executive Director of Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services. We have been an anchor in the Richmond community since 1981, serving our residents as property manager landlords. We've transitioned to be a HUD counseling agency, along with being infill small site developers. We're excited to be a part of this team as we've had an opportunity to engage with different variations of the Nystrom opportunity. And today we sit as a strong community partner to ensure that the voices of the community are heard as we look to bring home, as was said earlier, to a community that's so deserving.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the Richmond City Council. My name is Iman Novin. I'm the president of Novin Development. We are a locally based Contra Costa headquartered affordable housing developer, currently active in over 200 units in Contra Costa County, including Antioch, City of Richmond, Lafayette, and San Pablo. I serve on the Contra Costa County Council on Homelessness as the Affordable Housing Chair. Very excited to be here in partnership with Nikki and Kevin, who manages a large national leader in public housing redevelopment to bring a world-class project to Richmond. And I'll pass it over to Opticos and Stefan.
Good evening, Stefan Pellegrini. I'm principal with Opticos Design. Very happy to be here. Thanks for having us. Been engaged in several urban design and planning projects in the city of Richmond since 2006. And Opticos will be serving as the master plan architect and leader of the community engagement process for the project.
So Gorman and Company is we're extremely excited to partner with this group. We're the Pacific Northwest is the 7th region that Gorman has. We have a portfolio of 13,000 units plus or minus, and we've been in business for 40 years. Before joining Gorman, I lived and worked in the affordable housing industry in Sonoma County for 25 years. So we're currently, our current office is based in Portland, and our region includes Pacific Northwest and Northern California. We've also have a big public housing platform within our company. We've done 3,800 public housing units nationwide, 32 different projects, and we have several going on right now. We have a whole staff in Chicago that focuses on strictly on public housing development and housing authorities.
Get that next slide, please.
So what we want to talk about, and we're happy to answer any questions about ourselves later, but what we really want to talk about is how we view this project as most importantly through the people of Richmond and understanding the needs of the city and the housing authority. We want to talk about how we work with the neighborhood, and then we'll share a little bit about our proposal. So I'm going to hand it over to Nikki to take off with the first part.
Next slide, please. So what we've been doing in preparation is getting the recommitment of some of our local partners. Some of these names are quite familiar with the work that's been done in the city of Richmond. So I'll leave the slide here just for a second for everyone to review. One of the reasons that RNHS was excited to be a part of this team was because of their interest and need to put community first. And for those that know me, I've always been very adamant about making sure the community voice are lifted. So that is really what RNHS is looking to bring to this conversation and development. Next slide, please. So what we are committed to do is amplify the community's voice. We know that there has been a lot of work done as it relates to community outreach, the Y plan, and a lot of invested efforts as there has been preparation for the development. So we want to be able to make sure that those voices are not missed as well as they're reestablished, because we know things have changed since the last time that a lot of this information was shared. And we also want to make sure that the design reflects the community needs, that it is supporting what families deserve, and that they have a reason and interest to want to return. And then really working as a strong liaison between community and the development team, because we know oftentimes with development, getting community voice tends to be the last thing done, but our goal as an organization is to ensure that it's the first point of interest and contact through this effort. Next slide.
So touching on our vision for this project, is this Stefan?
I'm just going to cover a few things that we're thinking about from a design standpoint. One, we recognize and know that Nystrom is really part of a larger connected and walkable neighborhood. There's an opportunity to sort of stitch Nystrom to other community destinations and amenities in the area, particularly with the new Richmond Wellness Trail, which is really amazingly connecting this site to BART and Kaiser and the ferry terminal, both just less than 10 minutes away by a safe bicycle ride. We're also really interested in understanding how we can provide enhanced access to adjacent neighborhood amenities, and our proposal includes information to revitalize and restore the MLK Community Center. There's also an opportunity for shared spaces and activities within this project for the benefit of the residents, but also the greater neighborhood as a whole. We bring sort of a familiar community-centered process. Over many years in the city of Richmond, we've used the multi-day charrette process to engage with residents and community members, stakeholders in collaborative decision-making. We've bring experience and facilitation and training through the National Charrette Institute in doing this work, and have brought this work to Central Richmond through the Livable Corridors Project, the South Shoreline Specific Plan, and even the design implementation of the Wellness Trail. So for Nystrom, we're really excited to engage the community in establishing a vision for this project, principally not only sort of the design of the individual buildings and units to ensure that the housing is reflective of the community character that is so important, but also to make sure that sort of the common and public spaces which can stitch the neighborhood together are reflective of community interests and can become a canvas for art, community gatherings, and positive social interactions. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
So touching on our development proposal, we have 4 distinct phases, total of 403 units. And what I want to point out is that we understand that the first phase requires swift action. This project has been ongoing for a long time. We've put a team together that is intimately familiar with public housing redevelopment, with the city of Richmond, with the form-based code, with the resident councils, so we can hit the ground running. And what we've heard from residents is that they would like to see some movement here. And so our first phase, 109 units, will be our primary focus. That Block A includes 5 preservation of existing cottages close to MLK Park to embrace the history of the site. And both Novin and Gorman have extensive experience in securing tax credits. And we are committed to working on an expedited ENA process to get this first phase out of the ground. One thing to know about our team is that we're vertically integrated. We have in-house architecture, we have in-house asset management, in-house general contracting. That allows us to be efficient with public resources and move quickly. We are signatory to the Northern California Carpenters Union. We've worked with Richmond Build. We're committed to local hiring. And one of the benefits is that we will get phase 1 going right away, while in tandem continuing to work on the master planning and design efforts for the rest of the phases. So hand it over to Kevin to talk a little bit more about Gorman's experience. Combined between Gorman and Novin, we've got over 4,000 units of public housing experience across 34 projects nationally.
Okay, next slide. We're just going to show 2 examples and talk about a few of the issues that come up. And so with Gorman, we've done several projects where we have the bungalows, the one-story bungalows, the HUD projects from the past, and that are less than fully occupied, and we need to make sure that people are moving around into different parts of the development, that they're safe, they feel comfortable, and that they are being counseled so that watching part of their old neighborhood be torn down and rebuilt is a positive experience, and that it's practical. So I've done 3 large projects with Gorman. This one right here, I was actually the redevelopment manager of the Maricopa Housing Authority at the time, and Gorman was our private sector partner. Madison Heights was 143 units in the bungalow style that you see on the lower right. We replaced it with 2-story flats and townhomes and an extensive amenity package, mostly for children. We ended up with 143 family-oriented units here, and it's right next to the high school, and middle school's walking distance from there. So this was an early RAD project, one of the first RAD projects in the country, and it was very successful. We ended up doing over 2,000 RAD conversions with Maricopa Housing Authority and Gorman.
Next slide, please. This is an example of my experience with Public Housing Authority redevelopment. As a project manager, I led the redevelopment of Westview Village in San Buenaventura. And that was similar to the Nystrom project in that it's 4 phases. There were existing residents on site. Overall, ended up creating 310 units. Again, I worked hand in hand with the redevelopment agency, with the city, with the housing authority to conceive and work through phases of this project. In addition to Westview Village, I've also worked on the Jordan Downs redevelopment project in Watts, over 1,800 units working with HACLA, and so have experience with public housing redevelopment of this scale. Next slide, please.
So just to wrap up, our team brings just a really robust ability to balance community engagement, and our focus is really on going through the process to redevelop the community. Our sign of success for us is how the residents thrive and how we help the city and the agencies achieve your goals. We want to make sure that all of your general plan requirements are fulfilled as necessary, and we want to assist and support the Housing Authority in disposition of these properties and redevelopment. We have our teams sit down with our design, engagement, property management, asset management teams all working in one group so that there are no loose ends, and we really do get very efficient, cost-effective developments, but at the same time completely responsive to the community needs and beautiful architectural results in the end. So any further comments from my teammates?
No, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. We will have you back for questions, but right now I'd like to have public comment.
We do not have any requests for in-person comments. Are there any speakers that are joining us online that would like to address the council on this item? Please raise your hand at this time. Okay, no public speakers.
No public speakers. Wow. I'm amazed. This is such an amazing project that we have ahead of us. And we'll start off with Councilmember Robinson.
So I just wanted to say thank you to both presenters tonight. This is a project that I think most people know are near and dear to my heart, and I'm really excited to see it actually moving forward. I think I've said this before, that my great-grandfather lived in Nystrom Village, and so I just spent a lot of time there growing up, especially as a little kid. So I have just some questions. one of the things that I'm concerned about is anti-displacement, and I know that the first group had a proposal for prevention of displacement of existing residents, but I didn't hear a similar plan from the second group. Do you have such a plan? You can.
Mayor, if I may, and Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Through the chair, can we suggest that one team go to over there to the left side and the other team come over here to the right side? And then as you're asking questions to the
Sure.
appropriate group, they can respond?
Yeah. that'd be
Thank you
great.
very much.
We save some time with the walking back and forth.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So in all of our projects, we've worked with the idea that we work with the vacant units that are present on site, and with a very human approach, help folks move into areas where there's more vacancies and create blocks of vacant buildings so that they can be demolished and redeveloped. And our proposal actually is calling for about 400 units. So we'll have a little more density, and we'll be able to rehouse most of the folks in the first project. That's really our initial plan. And we're working on several of these right now within our company, where we are doing not permanent relocation, but sheltering on site and then basically moving back into the existing buildings. The first project we will hope is a one-to-one replacement of the existing program so that everybody that wants to has a right to return and stay in Nystrom in a development. And of course, the folks that live there will be the first people that are part of the community engagement on how the design should work.
Mm-hmm. And one more question for you while you're here. The other group presented an approach to the building kind of style. Did you have an approach yet to the building style? I don't think I saw that.
I've been asked Stefan to answer that question.
Yeah, it was important to stay within the parameters of the guidance that the general plan and the zoning provides. And so when we think about sort of the 4 blocks of development, we believe that the majority of the development can actually occur in 2 to 3-story buildings, which we think will be well scaled with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And then I believe there's sort of 1 block that actually would accommodate sort of a larger podium structure, understanding that the general plan will allow buildings up to 45 feet at sort of a slightly more intense scale than what you sort of see in the surrounding neighborhood today. So that was sort of important to us. The other component I just wanted to mention is that this area is sort of in between special planning districts in the city, where there's more attention to sort of design quality and character to both the north and the south. And we think there's a real opportunity to continue some of that design guidance really in terms of architectural styles that are seen in the neighborhood. But there are not strong standards in the zoning right now, but we're excited in our team to actually explore those, and that will be another important component of the community process, is actually help identify some of those character driving elements for the buildings.
Okay, well, last question. Parking. I didn't hear parking in your proposal. Do you have plans for a parking garage?
Thank you, Councilor Robinson. The project is designed to accommodate 1 parking space per dwelling unit, and that would be a combination of surface and tuck under parking, and 1 podium structure could provide that.
So you're planning for 400 parking spaces?
400 units across the 4 development blocks, and 400 parking spaces.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just some questions over here. A big part of this project is that the history of the site. And I didn't hear in your proposal if you were going to address preserving any of the historical buildings. Can you address that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we we would, but not in the first phase. We would envision having the preservation more in the center line, the center of the development, which would be in the center of A, B, and C, that will not be developed at this time. It would give us plenty of time to actually go to the SHPO office and make sure that we could do the national preservation the way that the historic nature would allow that to happen, which is not exactly quick. And also, we want to engage the community in a separate process to really see what it really is that the community wants for those renovations. So we see it as a vision to create a pod, if you will, but taking our time and deliberately going through that with the master planning of the development.
And you were thinking about placing those not near MLK Park, but rather in the middle of, you said, kind of B and C.
A and B, we think.
A and B.
Yeah.
Okay. And then just, you know, it is a really good point that this particular neighborhood has a lot of character. There's a lot of things that have gone into it, like the, oh my goodness, the walking path. What the heck is it called?
The Wellness Trail?
Yes, the Wellness Trail. Sorry, I had a moment. The brain isn't working. The Wellness Trail, which is being extended. There's the Greenway. There's, you know, there's Pogo Park's efforts. There's a lot of things going on. And I didn't hear in your proposal how or if you were thinking about connecting the design and the property to all of these different really amazing amenities for the neighborhood.
Yes, we think that's where the greater opportunity is once the relocation of the residents are in with the rest of the block. I just don't think it can be done all in one phase. The team looked at this several times and said, okay, we're going to have to figure out how we can efficiently phase this, but at the same time respecting the general plan of the city and also respecting the funding sources out there. We think there are some excellent funding sources that could help with the offsite infrastructure, including transportation, amenities, and the greater good for the greater neighborhood. And funding that could take precedence in terms of overall connectivity to the greater neighborhood at large.
And final question.
And then I wanted to add, we did the Miraflores development up near Target where we connected that project to the walking trail as well. So the plan is to do something similar to that, make it, you know, safe for residents to connect to the trail.
Great.
And also I'd like to add, so I worked for Kaiser Permanente for a number of years in national facilities, and for us, when I worked there, wellness, trails and things like that were super important. So we're really excited about that opportunity to be able to connect and actually bring health to that community, or more health to it.
Final question, and I'm going to pass it on to other folks who want to ask questions. Are you thinking about the MLK Center and incorporating that into your project at all?
I think it's a little preliminary for that. There's so overwhelming, and that's something that's going to take a larger thought to sit down and actually think about how that can phase in with the available funding.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation by both of you. I've learned a lot, and I really get to see the future of this place. I've walked and I've volunteered. One of the pictures one of you showed, it was a volunteer day there, and I had the opportunity to be there. So a couple of questions as we're moving forward with this great new community. I heard from one working with unions, I think it was from your team, PLAs and working with unions. Any thoughts on that from this side?
Do you want to take that? We have experience doing that.
Thank you. So does that mean you'll be working with unions and PLAs on this project as well?
I think it's a little preliminary on that right now without taking a look at the larger, but we have a lot of experience in working with prevailing wage, but we haven't really given any thought nor done any financial feasibility.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And then, so the same question. Yeah. Yeah, red means go. I didn't make up the colors.
From a Gorman's perspective, we do a lot of union work around the country, and we're very pro-union. We invest a lot in apprenticeship and just working with prevailing wage and so forth. We usually, I mean, we're happy to do a PLA, but we have found that if we voluntarily work with the unions who are likely to be on the projects up front, come up with a much more collaborative idea and actually have more successful kind of union utilization and so forth. But either way, we will start working with the unions and the other labor organizations from the very beginning to understand their needs and capacities as far as the hiring program as it goes. And do you want to mention that?
Sure, yeah. And so just Novin Construction, we're vertically integrated, and we are signatory to the Carpenters Union. So our involvement will ensure that there's union labor on this project.
Perfect, thank you. As we uplift our community to where they live, we want to make sure that we also uplift them so they can work where they live. So just as important. So thank you. The council has put forth a couple of new ordinances and thoughts and ideas on how we move our community forward to being more green. I didn't hear from either one on how you plan to build to maybe move away from gas and maybe moving more towards electric appliances and maybe electrifying that whole community. Whoever wants to take a stab first.
I'll take it first. We're 100% electric across all of our developments at this time, so we envision this to be 100% electric.
Thank you.
And if possible, we would look at solar ready as well.
In the last 5 to 10 years, we've developed numerous net zero projects in Colorado. We have 2 in Portland that are both net zero right now. We work extensively with the financiers and the tax credits in order to afford these solar systems and so forth, and to maximize the amount of green energy and carbon sequestration and so forth that we can in our buildings. We have found that, and we've worked extensively with the utility allowance consultants and so forth, so that we can spend more money on a mortgage to pay for solar and low water use and better envelopes and so forth. Rather than paying these utility allowances, we provide the solar to our tenants and are able to create a much healthier environment with indoor air and just with green energy in general. So we have numerous examples of these that we can provide if you are interested.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we'll be, at least for myself, we'll love to be seeing more of electric and more green buildings, because we're already trying to get some of our older homes upgraded. So it makes no sense to build new homes that we have to upgrade a couple years from now. Is there an opportunity for maybe doing some kind of mixed use somewhere, potentially a grocery store, which we lack here in Richmond, and other amenities for this new community that's being built out?
It was looked at. In fact, the general plan guidance, particularly for the western portion of the site, does allow and encourage a mix of uses. So from a general plan standpoint, there is that allowance. That could be something that could be incorporated into the proposal. Right now, we're looking at strictly sort of residential and service-related program. But if, particularly on the western side of the project facing Marina Way, there is the potential for incorporating any sort of kind of a commercial-facing service use could be integrated into the project.
And I would add to that, I think nonprofit space is extremely important, and so we see that as a component of activating the ground floor as discounted space. So part of the cottages that get preserved or part of the ground floor in some of our mixed-use buildings would be open to having discounted rent space for local nonprofits. touching a little bit on the sustainability again, in addition to the building being sustainable, we also put in our proposal a commitment to lead for neighborhood development, which looks at the spaces between the buildings. We think it's just as important to focus on the energy and sustainability of the building as it is to focus on the sidewalk width, the lighting, the ground floor experience. And so we're open to a lead for neighborhood development approach.
Okay, one last thing. We also are really open to the idea of having childcare on site and any kind of wellness or health clinic kind of partnership that we can develop. We've done these in other sites, and we think these are all really fantastic ideas. If you start combining food, childcare, and medical and health, you have a much more secure lifestyle and healthier.
Thank you. Any thoughts on grocery store? Or?
Yes, I'll speak candidly. No, we won't be creating a grocery store. It is extremely impossible at this time to have funding for non-affordable housing uses with the funding sources that are out there. We are affordable housing residential developers, and this is a residential neighborhood, the way we envisioned it, the way it's been written and presented, the way we think it's going to be financed. In other areas and other iterations, it's been looked at to do a mixed-use community, and it hasn't materialized yet. And so we are presenting an opportunity and a neighborhood plan that we believe will materialize, and that does not include a grocery store.
Thank you. And then my final question, and I know you already presented what it will look like, but wondering what else we can do to make the streets around it more walkable. And I would love to be able to see all 4 blocks connecting over to the park, which then connects over to the future MLK Center. I don't know if there's any visions for that. We have a lot of trails as well, and I forget the names that we just mentioned, the wellness trails and all the other trails, but it would be great to just have this, because we have this blank slate that we can use to connect our streets and start building them for the future. So I don't know if there's any thoughts there.
Hi, yes. So for some of the other developments that we have already in operation, and some that we're actually either in construction or in development in Richmond and North Richmond, we have playgrounds as well as the walking paths and landscaping, so and community rooms, so that we can make that connection. In some of the community rooms, we have like weight rooms and things like that, and some of those are for developments where we have special needs, as well as formerly homeless and seniors, as well as families. So we've done a lot of work to figure out what we can do to activate not just the buildings themselves, but what's around them in the development area itself, and then connect to the rest of the community.
And architecturally, just a breakdown of scale at the thank you, Dixie. Just a breakdown of scale at the pedestrian level always helps promote a sense of a neighborhood feeling more walkable and feeling more safe when walked, because you do get those kind of eyes on the street. And so that's why we have such a high number of ground level units in our proposed development, especially along those street edges. It's number one for those residents who do prefer to live at the ground level, but it's also just that kind of front porch feeling along the developments, rather than a development that slams the parking garage all the way out to the street edges, for example. So we've kind of taken that consideration from both ends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zepeda. For sort of the overall plan of all 4 blocks, we are excited about the opportunity to introduce sort of a new east-west, I'll call it a parkway, that actually would sort of connect the eastern blocks and the blocks on the western side of Marina Way in an east-west direction towards the wellness trail. And the idea behind that is sort of to kind of create a primary address that would be pedestrian-oriented. It would be park-facing. It wouldn't be a place where people would drive. But the units would have the opportunity to front onto this space. It could be a collective space where people gather, but also would be able to move freely and safely in and out of the project and to other parts of the community. We think there's an opportunity there to make new community spaces of, I think, between 60 and 70,000 square feet. So that's about an acre and a half, an acre and 3/4 of new space that the community could sort of be organized around. And we also think that that is a prime opportunity to inform the community engagement process, is really coming together to collectively design and use and manage that space over the long term.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment? So I just wanted to share that we do know all the limitations that are upon us as it relates to affordable housing and funding. And I think really the strength that Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services will bring is to be mindful of letting community know that they are a part of a process and that they can see their visions come true, but also being able to manage expectations and giving them the reasons of the why something may not happen versus we're not going to do it. Because I think, again, this community has waited a very long time, and our motto within our organization, if it was easy, everybody would do it, but just because it's not doesn't mean we don't get it done.
Thank you. No other questions this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Bana?
Thank you, everyone. Excellent presentation. It's just so exciting. I want to ask, when should we expect the first phase to be done? I'm just curious. In a couple of years or when?
Your turn.
Yesterday, so the short answer is that we're committed to moving as quickly as the city wants to move. The limitations are really the tax credit competition. And so there's twice a year for 4% credits or 9% credits. We are committed to working within the ENA cycle, putting the pre-development funds to use, and using AB 2162 or other streamlining bills to allow us to apply early and often. I think one of the benefits of the Gorman and Novin team is because we're vertically integrated, we can make decisions quickly and move very quickly in terms of applying for state resources. So 2 years, best case scenario, shovels in the ground.
Thank you.
I think we would agree. It's all dependent on the tax credit rounds. This year in 2024, they had 2 4% rounds and 2 9% rounds. The new schedule for 2025 just came out, and they're going to have 3 4% rounds and 2 9% rounds, and they're very competitive. So it's not just competing with Northern California developers, but it's throughout the state. And so I would say maybe, getting the entitlements and getting everything ready to go in for tax credits, it's going to be about 2 years. And then you figure once you apply, it's about a 6-month closing period to close on all your financing sources. So I would say roughly about 3 years.
Thank you.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Actually, I had 2 questions, and they were both answered through other commissioners' questions, and you answered them, so I'm going to pass.
All right, then, I guess this is my turn. Ms. Beasley, you look very familiar. Were you part of the workshops with the community when we discussed this with the Richmond Community Foundation?
Yes, early on, I was.
Okay, good. And so I saw from your renderings that you did consider community space for each block. I also saw that you, as you mentioned, included traffic that connected the blocks midway, which integrated the communities by walking. And in the renderings, I did not see a architectural style. So I was wondering whether or not you had some architectural vision that would include the history, for instance, modeling after the Nystrom School or some of the others. So could you speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's absolutely possible. I would say that the sort of wartime architecture in Richmond is such a important piece of the sort of historical built fabric. And there are, many years ago, I had an opportunity to work on the Richmond Heritage Design Guidelines for the city that sort of put out some of the essential stylistic characteristics of housing in Richmond. And I think there are absolutely opportunities to incorporate many of those into the designs of the new buildings. Not only are they sort of reflective, but they're also tend to be sort of very, very efficient. And so I think there's a lot of really great opportunities that can be incorporated.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to add to that? If not, I'll go on to my next question.
I guess the only thing I would say is that there will be plenty of opportunity to daylight lots of different alternatives, do some studies and some interactive workshops with the community and with the stakeholders for the project, and to gather lots of opinions and lots of precedents from the community, not only in terms of architectural styles, but about the way that people like to use space, where they feel safe, where they feel uncomfortable, how can we connect things, how can we reduce energy cost and provide more green space. So we see that all as a kind of holistic part of the vision coming together as a design exercise.
So Commissioner Cepeda was talking about the greening of Richmond and how we want to make our city all electric. If you had the opportunity, would you consider the idea of microgrids for each block?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we'd want to model it and transparency so everyone can see how the energy is flowing and how it works, but we absolutely would engage, at least in the study, of any kind of on-site generated power.
Okay. And have you had, or do you have connections with any organization that might do such work?
Yes.
Okay.
There's lots of energy modelers
Yes.
around that we work with, for sure.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so now,
Do you want us to answer the
Oh,
same
yes,
questions
yes,
or different? Okay.
Yes.
So I believe the first question was about neighborhood character. I would echo the emphasis on community engagement. We don't really believe in, we call it like helicoptering into a neighborhood and depositing an architectural style upon that neighborhood.
Right.
Really, the entire first phase of our community engagement process is listening sessions. We'll actually pull up images from surrounding buildings in the neighborhood and have the residents tell us what they love and don't love about all of those, so that we make sure that we are designing a building, or in this case, a series of buildings that are really a celebration of place and a celebration of what the community members have told us they love about that place. That's never a decision we would want to make on their behalf. Your second question was about...
Well, with the first question, is that the process that you used with the Eden project at Miraflores?
Yes. Yes, it was. We had a series of community meetings for over 7 years with the community. We took them around to some of the Eaton and CHDC designs to give them some ideas of what Miraflores could look like. And a big part of the final design did come from input from the community.
Okay, and I'd like to praise you on that building. I've been there many, many times, and I love the way that you make a long corridor seem short by the way that you zag it. And also, I like the little cubbies outside each of the apartments so that people could set things down while they look for their keys. So I could see that you put a lot of thought into the people who live there, and a lot of thought into making it feel more like a home and less like an apartment building. So I do appreciate that. So yeah, the second question.
Yes, your second question was about microgrids.
Yes,
We're actually executing a microgrid on a project with Eden in Palo Alto, Mitchell Park Place. We're doing that with the partnership of local organizations and, of course, their local power utility. So it really is something that needs to be coordinated very deeply, intensely, and committedly at the outset, if that's something you're setting out to do on this development. And it really will need to be an intense conversation with the local power distributor. Because it's not a decision that the development team can make in a vacuum, but it is doable. It's emerging technology and it's changing all the time. I'm sure the technology will be even better by the time Eastern Village is ready to go online than it is now, but it is feasible.
Okay, thank you. And I also want to thank you on your clarity of vision in terms of what you're trying to do. When it was suggested that we might put a store there, you promptly said that you're not doing small businesses, but you're doing housing. And so I think that clarity of vision shows that you're doing what you were asked to do. So I appreciate that also. Commissioner Jimenez.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming, and thank you for spending time to really think through this development that is really important for us and for the community in Richmond. I have a question for you and then a second question for both. You mentioned Martin Luther King Community Center or community, and this is something that like Councilmember Robinson and I have been just discussing, like the depth that we had to the Black community is big, and one of the things is that the city committed to redo the community center. So I am glad that you are looking into that. I wonder how the finances for that is going to happen. Like what are you, because one thing is to say it and name it and kind of like as a concept, but then something that is real and make it happen. So I just wonder in the reality, how are you going to do that and what is the proposal for that and more concrete? Thank you.
I want to make sure I understand your question, and I think we're asking how do we finance the non-residential portions of the project?
Exactly.
So, yeah, so thanks for asking that. I mean, all of these things have ways to finance them, and they don't always work, right? So we always say and I love the clarity of this answer too. We take the opposite approach. We're going to look for the funds to develop this. We know there's ways to finance childcare. We know there are ways to finance medical clinics. We know there are ways to get community space built into our buildings that are just part of the normal programming of an affordable housing project. We know that through design, we can create a lot of the community feel. So we seek out sources through other sources of bonds, New Markets tax credits, philanthropy, and funding that's appropriate to the kind of function that we're using. So we don't have a set program for this. This comes out of an engagement process with the community, and especially with the city and the housing authority, to make sure these uses really will be utilized and that they pencil out. So we start with a feasibility study, and they don't always work. And then we'll be honest about that, right? But we will at least go forward and say, this is what we can do with the financing that is available.
So if I am hearing you well, this is a concept, but the reality might be yes or might be no. Is that correct?
It's always that way.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then the second question is, will there be set aside units for the unhoused? And if so, how many?
Yes, one of the things that Eaton and CHDC does is in all our developments, we set aside units for the unhoused, and it's usually anywhere between 25 to 30% of the units. The project that we're breaking ground on in North Richmond that we are starting right now, it's 42 units, and 13 of those units are designated for the unhoused.
In addition to that, the project, the community, the vision of the project calls for 100 of the units to be replacement housing for the existing housing. We've purposely sized up our proposed community to be more than that so that we can offer affordable units to other people in the community, including our unhoused neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're deeply committed to housing the unhoused population. We have experience with that here in Richmond, working just across the street on the Motel 6 Home Key project. I serve on the board of various nonprofits, including large nonprofit service provider, and I'm very entrenched in the services to the unhoused population. So navigating the county, finding sources through Housing for Health, the COC to set aside units. So we anticipate the first phase having project-based vouchers and a high commitment to serving both replacement housing and the unhoused, and then in each subsequent phase, a set aside of units for serving the unhoused population. So absolutely part of
How
our
many?
plan. As much as needed, like 20% is a very common goal within each housing set-aside project. And then in terms of the first phase, it sort of depends on the need after we assess who's there currently.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
One other thing on the previous question about MLK, I think in our presentation, we specifically brought that up as part of our understanding of an important community benefit. And that's part of our deep understanding of the Y plan and speaking with RCF and understanding the needs. And so while we may not have the perfect financing solution in place now, we are committed to figuring it out, whether that's through funding community benefits directly through project expenses, whether that's philanthropic sources and working with the city to identify those sources. We're committed to making that happen. And one other way that we're able to do that is we're not restricted to tax credit affordable housing. As a vertically integrated mixed income developer team, we can do workforce housing, we can do mixed income, for sale, and that's a distinct difference in our proposal where, you know, perhaps there's a workforce housing or mixed income phase that generates more cash flow, that generates more funding for the project to fund community benefits. So I want to put that out there.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Bana?
Thank you. You mentioned the health clinic. I know Law Clinical has a strong interest in having a clinic in the city of Richmond. The good thing about them is that they are capable of maintaining their operational expenses. At what phase would you be considering a health clinic in Eastern Village?
It would definitely be in one of the second, third, or fourth phases. Because we are committed to quickly and urgently responding to the 100 replacement units. So that's our first mission. And we did plan to do the historical portion of the project in that same phase, just to get that all taken care of. Then start at the very beginning, along with our community engagement, start discussions. You know, if it's the will of the community, we'll start discussions with the FQHCs that want to expand their health clinic in this area, find out is it the right geography, do they have the right market, and so forth. What size building do they need? Does it just fit for their formula? So that would, you asked, maybe the answer is no in the end. So we want to be honest, but we will look at every angle to determine whether it works on this site. And the byproduct of that is you get a whole bunch of information about how the clinic might just need to be in another location in Richmond. But we'll definitely study and see whether that can be part of this. We've heard over and over that that's a real need in the community.
Thank you.
Can I add about the healthcare piece? So in the proposal, we did get a support letter for independent living for the elderly, as they have resources and supportive services here, and they did have interest to see how they could participate. Because one thing I don't think we mentioned from a visionary standpoint is understanding there's going to be generational living there. So we do want to have a component for the seniors.
Okay, Commissioner McLaughlin took a pass. I will let her make use of that pass.
I just thought of something I wanted to ask, and it's more to staff. The question I have is, in the agenda item, it basically says receive a presentation from the top 2 respondents and provide direction to staff, which may include the identification of a preferred developer. And then it goes, and if it is determined, if we
Yes,
make
so-
such a decision, then we do a resolution. So so if we did not make a determination, what kind of direction might you be looking for?
If the council has additional questions, if you would like us to confer with the city attorney's office and our economists that have been working on this, an outside counsel, to bring back additional information regarding the financial viability of the project, or if you'd like us to issue supplemental questions. Those are all things that we can do if the council would like additional time to make a determination, or if the council chooses to make a decision this evening, then we would receive that direction, but it's whatever is the pleasure of the board.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to ask.
Commissioner Robinson?
So I want to make a couple of comments and ask one more question. One comment is that I really want to point out in the RFQ, for those who haven't read the RFQ, that it wasn't just housing that we were asking for, in fact. But it explicitly says under number 7, inclusion of community resources and services such as daycare, community clinic, museum space, community spaces, retail, a career center, and teen or young adult center. And it would be amazing to have seniors. There's so many seniors in the neighborhood, some kind of services for seniors. It also says provides usable and diverse common spaces, outdoor areas, gathering spaces, and community gardens. Maintain the 4-block section of the Richmond Wellness Trail, and make sure not to block the cycle track. So I just wanted to make a clear point that this, for me, is not just about housing. Yes, we need housing. Yes, we want as many units as feasible. That makes a good living situation. But this is a community that is a neighborhood that has all different kinds of people living in it, that needs daycare. Oh my God, there used to be daycare at the MLK Center. The MLK Center is gone. We have no more daycare. It's a struggle for people to get daycare. That has this amazing park that we've been investing in for years now. That has active movement on the MLK Center, independent of whatever happens here. The city has been doing, we're actually on the agenda tonight, is a grant for $250,000 to move that development. That we've been investing millions of dollars along the Richmond Wellness Trail and the Richmond Greenway. And so we want these things to talk to each other. We don't want a block of housing to fall down and be just about housing. Like, we want it to be a livable space where people, even if they're low income, have a good quality of life and are connected to all these things that we've been investing in. And so I think that it's really important that we see that and we clearly understand the importance of looking at this as more than a housing project. I just want to make that point. And then, you brought up a really good point, Mayor Martinez, about the workforce housing or other forms of housing. So we heard that you were open to that idea, and I'm wondering if you're open to, in future phases, non-low-income housing.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Those subsequent phases are an open book. They're an open plane. They don't include the replacement housing of the 100. And so that can be a lot of what is going to come out of our community engagement and the rolling up of our sleeves, not just with the community and the neighborhood, but also with this body, with each one of you and the housing department and the housing authority directly at the table making those decisions.
Thank you.
And let me just add, I do agree that it's not just about the housing. We did a project in North Richmond, Heritage Point, and it had three components. One was the housing, the other was a community resource center for the community to be able to come in and access computers, high-speed internet, and the last component of that project is a grocery store, which we have been actively fundraising for. And to date, we've raised over $3 million to build that grocery store. So we're almost there. And the funding includes a congressional allocation from Congressman Garamendi. So we will look at all aspects. You know, our goal is to talk to the community to see what do you want to see in your community. So it can be done. And I agree, it shouldn't just be housing, but a comprehensive plan that takes into account retail, commercial, office spaces for the project.
And I want to say, especially because it is affordable housing, this is why we need all the different amenities. And I think for us as affordable housing developers, we take a lot of these amenities for granted. That is what we put in. When we say housing, that's what we include that in. You know, the community center, the computer rooms, the senior spaces, so that's part of what we consider affordable housing.
Other questions? Commissioner Robinson, did you? No? Okay, yeah. I wanted to echo what you just said. When I see housing as done the way you've done it, I see community. I've seen how you integrate the housing with the surrounding area. I see how you make the housing actually a center for activity that can be extended out. And so, and I also saw that in your plan, where you integrated the housing with the surrounding parts of the city next to it. So when we say housing, I know that we're not just talking about plumping housing down, that we're talking about creating community with the housing that we create. So Commissioner Cepeda has questions for staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question for staff. I'm not sure who might be available. I'm wondering in regards to the scoring, I don't know if you're able to share a little bit more. The highlights on page 4 of the presentation just shows, for example, Eden CHCC total score 454, Gorman Novin 426, and I'm wondering, and each of the 5 individuals who scored, individual number 5 seems to be scoring the lowest on all of them. So
Who shall remain anonymous.
Yeah, I don't need names.
So one moment, staff is going to come up. I did not intentionally participate in the scoring.
And again, I don't want to know names. I just want to know why the differences.
Yeah, sometimes some people score high and some people score low, and then some people kind of score in the middle. That's not uncommon. It is nice when there's a consensus, but that doesn't always happen. Nanette and Antoinette, can you please speak to this matter?
And I want to know, like, especially where are they low in the score? So some scores are max of 10. There's the lowest one of 5. So I want to know, where do they reach? What are they missing, or where are they excelling at?
So if you may not have the scoring criteria available, but on page 25 of the RFQ, the category of business offer was lower,
and additional points was lower. So regarding the historic preservation, so
I'm
there's
sorry,
some,
what page?
Page 25.
it's 25 of the proposal, the RFQ.
Yeah, got it.
So as far as management capacity, prior performance, experience, proposed development plan and schedule, you see that there are 15 points. And so some of the other categories are scored at 10. So that's why they may be significantly lower.
Was there one that was more, I'm just trying to, I don't get to see the whole score, so I'm trying to figure out, did one of them score super high on one section and super low on the other section, and which one's more important than the other? There's management capacity, for example, versus the business offer, prior performance. So are we looking?
So I think overall, the categories that were the most important was experience in the community, in the surrounding area, financial capacity. We also consulted with our financial consultant to see if they could actually bring the project to fruition, and if someone may not have had as much experience as another developer, that might have been a factor. Do they have the financial capacity?
So thank you. So then there, we'll go with that one there. So financial capacity, did they both score the highest? Can we know that? Can we see? Because it's important.
I would have to review, but yes, I mean, overall, yes, I believe that is true.
That would be great to see. Again, I want to know who's doing, where are they? Because if they can meet their financial, that's really big versus they can do community meetings. Right? So if they can do a lot of community meetings, but they can't bring the project to fruition.
Well, I think it's basically bottom line about experience, and I hear what you're saying about community engagement, but if you haven't been in business for a long time, you don't have the wherewithal to see the number of projects completed. So I think that's the balance where you have the financial capacity, but also the experience, and you have more developments that have come to fruition.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page, and that's why I want to know the numbers, because right now I just see the total score, but I don't see the individual scoring for each section.
Correct.
So management capacity, prior performance, again, I don't know if prior performance was a 5 for one of them, and then maybe business or financial, or I'm trying to look at the numbers here, development plan and schedule, maybe one of them scored a 15, but very low on the really, really important ones. So I'm just trying to see.
So we have that backup data.
Okay, we'll have to be able to see it. Now, you might not have it now, but that will be a question for me to being able to make a final decision. So thank you.
Commissioner Robinson?
While we have staff here, did you have a recommendation as to which you would because you've seen all the data, right? Like we've
seen the data.
What is the staff's recommendation in terms of which developer you feel is strongest?
Number one.
Number one. And for what reasons?
Experience in the community, projects that have come to fruition, just the overall capacity across all areas. As far as financials, were very strong, years of experience, and experience in building affordable housing.
Yeah. So I'm going to say one more thing, and I'm not quite sure who's going to answer this, but I felt very but I'm looking for the right word here, turned off when it was said quite clearly, no, this is just housing. We are not going to do a grocery store. We are not going to do whatever. And to me, that is contrary to listening to what community needs and seeing what might be possible to start from this moment and say no. And so I understand that experience, and I just want to say, quite frankly, I would not personally like to vote to go with the project just for that reason, because I would like to see a developer in this neighborhood that means so much to so many people who listen to people first and see what's possible. Even if things are not possible, at least you try, rather than saying no from the start. And so I want to put that out there to give you an opportunity to, to say something else and kind of like to hear from both sides about this, because this is my deepest concern. I would not like to vote for this project at this time for that reason.
If I may, Joanne, do you want to respond to that question?
Sure, sure. So as I stated before, for CHDC, we work with the community and what the community wants. We don't come out and just say no. We see what's possible. And if the community, decides they want a grocery store, just like in North Richmond, the community came out and said, we want a grocery store. We want a grocery store that doesn't sell alcohol. We want a grocery store that doesn't sell tobacco products. And we didn't say, well, no, you can't get that. A lot of the vendors, the store operators that we met with, they were like, well, we won't be able to operate a successful business. And so what we did was say, well, how can we help? Because these are things that the community wants. They don't want alcohol and they don't want tobacco. And so one of the things we're trying to do with the grocery store, again, we've raised over $3 million for the grocery store in North Richmond, is we're going to work with the operator to give them below market rate lease payments for at least the first 5 years to help them be viable. Because we also want to make sure that a business is sustainable. We don't want to set anybody up for failure. And so we apologize. That shouldn't have came off as a hard no, because if you look at CHDC's track record in Richmond, in North Richmond, we never say no. We say we see what we can do. And, for North Richmond, we are making that grocery store reality when so many times we were told, no, you won't be able to do it, and we're doing it.
So I just want to say, I do know that about CHDC. I am concerned about how much power, decision-making power you have in the development, and I would like to hear from Eden more about if CHDC's vision, history, the way that they have been in community is going to be the way that Eden is in the community.
Yes, first, humbly, I'd like to apologize for offending you and offending anyone. I'm sincere about that. My no was on a financial fees. I was already running numbers in my head. The beauty of the Eden CHDC partnership and the reason that we have worked together for so long is because Joanna pushes us. She says, look beyond the numbers. And our partnership is a 50-50 decision-making. It's 50-50. They have the same vote in the room that we do. And so Joanna's like, let's look at it, we're gonna look at it. That's how our partnership works.
And let me just add, we don't just, our partnerships is like a marriage. We agree to disagree. CHDC is not gonna go for anything that we don't agree with, and we don't care who we're partnering with. If it doesn't feel right, we're not going to do it.
And I want to say, we build off of each other's strengths and our weaknesses. So if CHDC has a weakness, Eden looks to see what they can do to make sure that they strengthen the partnership and the project, and vice versa. So yeah, it's a partnership, 50-50.
If we can, I would like to also give the other group an opportunity to speak to the weaknesses that were kind of pointed out in your proposal. I think those weaknesses had to do with length of time in the community, the engagement in the community. Did I miss something, staff? I don't think it was a thing. Nanette, did I miss something in terms of weaknesses that were scored low in their proposal? It was just length of time, engagement in the community. Is there something else? Experience as a housing developer.
Yeah, so let me address straight experience. So Novin Development is an emerging developer. We have been around for 10 years. We are headquartered in Contra Costa County. We're very much a community-based developer. However, experience-wise, over 3.5 billion worth of project experience working for some of the largest California development companies on some of the most iconic affordable housing projects, from MacArthur BART Transit Village to Jordan Downs to Westview. So from an experience point, no. From is Novin Development a 50-year plus organization? No, we're an emerging developer. That being said, our partner, Gorman Development, balance sheet, financials, length of experience, number of units, toe-to-toe with Eden, if not stronger. So, again, staff may look at things differently, and we respect staff's interpretation and ranking. However, I think we pointed out tonight, a couple things that distinguish our team. One, we're headquartered here. We're local. We know this project. We've bid on it before. We have the right community partners. We have the architect who's most familiar with this, having written the form-based code for this project. We say yes. We can do mixed income housing. We know about Richmond Build and we'll partner with them. We said yes to a project labor agreement. I think we're ready to roll up our sleeves and work with you. And we would love, as Councilmember Zepeda pointed out, to take a closer look. I think it would really be fair to come in and say, these are the top 2 developers. Let's hear them out and have council make a decision based on the quality of their presentation. I think we kind of come in at a little bit of a disadvantage. I totally respect staff's scoring. That being said, I hope that we've conveyed our commitment to the project and our willingness to be flexible, to be creative, to build the best project for the city of Richmond. So.
And I would just like to say, with Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services being around since 1981 and me being leading the organization since 2016, I think we have also made some markers in community that I think is significant. And I do want to recognize Iman being very strategic of putting together a team where it was mentioned, understanding what the strengths and the weaknesses are. Because us leading an emerging developers program, sometimes we have to protect ourselves from ourselves. So knowing what we can do, what we can't do, and finding mission-aligned partners. So I think that, yes, on paper, there might be some distinguishing differences, but I think it is around the motivation to move forward quickly. RNHS was a part of the winning team a couple of years ago. So I learned a lot at going through that process, and we understand the urgency that the Housing Authority has. And I think out of, 93 applications or 90-something applications to only get 3, we understand how difficult of a project it is, and I don't think we would go through this length not being committed to see it get done.
All right.
Was that dinging sound the end of our time?
That's somebody's cell phone should be off.
Right. So
I did want to, please, if I may, about Gorman, add our experience. We, like we said, we have been in business for 40 years. We've devoted a lot of resources, especially over the last 10 to 15 years, specifically to working with public housing, with working with housing authorities, and we've done tons of partnerships with cities across the country, in California and in the West Coast. So working with this team that we have, which is deeply invested in this local community, we understand our role is largely as an engine for them. We bring our ability to innovate and our financial strength to this equation. We have 4,000 public housing units developed, 13,000 units in our portfolio. I think our net worth's a couple billion. So as far as financial capacity and experience, I would say we're at least equally matched, but we definitely have a deep bench of ability to work in the public housing sphere. The other thing is that we've done many, many multi-phase projects, and we've got several of them underway right now that have 200, 800, 1,000 units that happen over 10-year timelines, and this is something that not a lot of developers are invested in. It is very complex. It can be trying. There are long periods where there are no revenues, but we've been committed to working with these kinds of transformative projects for many years. So I'd just like to add that to the experience, and maybe that doesn't come out enough in the presentation, but thank you for listening.
Thank you. I will consider that your closing statement, and I'll allow the other side to make a closing statement.
Sure. Again, thank you for allowing us to present. As I stated, CHDC has been in the community of Richmond doing developments for decades. I've been with the organization for over 30 years. I've been in the city of Richmond pretty much all my life, over 50 years. And so, you know, CHDC prides itself on building communities for the community. And so, in closing, again, I just want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you. I suppose now we need to get into deliberation. I'd like to start off by saying that I have appreciated what Eden and CDC have done in Richmond, and for me, it's a question of do we want to continue with a known developer, someone that we know will produce, or do we want to open the arena to new talent? So it's both sides to me had strengths, had vision, and both sides, I believe, could produce something that would be a visionary for the city of Richmond. Does anyone have any recommendations? Maybe we need to have more deliberation. Maybe we need to discuss it later. So,
if I can, I feel like this is one of those moments where we have a great opportunity to do something really great. It is a very hard project. It's not going to be easy to fund. It's not going to be easy to have the stamina. It's lots of phases to move through. And I do feel that we need people who will be mission-driven, vision-driven to see this through, especially the way it needs to be done, the way I think it needs to be done for this community. I'm still not comfortable that we won't fall back into what we know, rather than be able to move forward in a visionary way. I would like to see something visionary that really connects all of this work, that has a vision around the look and the feel, that it's not just the kind of look and feel of public housing that goes up, but rather brings a real gem to the neighborhood. This neighborhood has deserved it for a really long time. So I personally would like to make a motion to go with the newcomers and trust that with 40 years of experience with Gorman, with, you know, $3 billion of projects, that they have the experience, know-how, and capacity to actually finish a project.
I second that.
And Nikki has been with us for a long time as well as CHDC, and I think we need to give the newcomers a try.
okay, so we have a motion and a second. Before we take our vote, I do want to say that I saw a vision in your drawings. I hope that that vision can be mirrored in the architectural style that we can create from comments from the community. So, roll call?
Can I make one more comment before
Yes.
we have roll call? I deeply do value and work with CHDC in many different ways, and I know there'll be lots of opportunities to do all kinds of projects going forward. So I just wanted to say that, not every project needs to be done by the same group of people, and that having some diversity of people who are doing work in Richmond is a good thing.
And we haven't voted yet, so we'll see whether or not that comment is, okay.
I have a quick comment. When I cast my vote, if it's okay.
When you vote, you can make a comment. Okay?
So, okay. So no more comments right now?
No more comments. Well, I'm allowing people to make a comment with their vote.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, make your comment.
Okay, yeah, I also know that Nikki Beasley deeply and passionately cares about Richmond. And I think we're lucky actually to have two groups because Eden and CHDC also have excellent record, and it's awesome to have two very strong choices. But then at the end of the day, it's Nystrom Village. And I hope it's a village a bit more than just housing. And I would like to ask the city administration to put it in the contract and hold them accountable to the promises they made tonight to do their best for grants, financial sources. I don't know how you're going to do it, but it'd be nice to hold them accountable for MLK Community Center, for the health clinic, for everything else. So we can have a Nystrom Village. Thank you, and my vote is yes.
Councilmember Rivana, you're voting
Yes.
yes. Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis. Oh, I'm sorry. And Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, would you like the clerk to read the recommended action into the administrative record since you have to adopt a resolution?
So there should be a second motion to adopt the resolution on the second part of this.
Okay.
Okay. So the motion is to provide direction to staff, which may include identification of a preferred developer, and if a preferred developer, which has been identified as Gorman and Novin, to adopt a resolution authorizing the executive director of the Richmond Housing Authority to negotiate and execute an exclusive right to negotiate agreement with the selected affordable housing developer with a term not to exceed 90 days with an option for one mutually approved extension of not more than 30 days. And that
I'll
was
make
the
that
motion. It passed with Commissioner Willis absent.
Do we need to make a motion to adopt the resolution, or is that implicit in?
That's
our-
included.
That's included. Okay.
All right.
Because you're shaking your head. It's more. It's fine.
Okay. Well then,
That they voted on?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just read to us. All right, then that will conclude the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. So,
Thank you and congratulations.
So now we have a yeah. So you want to lead us to the next item?
We're now beginning the joint regular meeting of the Successor Agency to the Richmond Community Development Agency and the Richmond City Council.
All right, may we have a roll
Councilmember
call?
Bonner?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. Would you like me to read the changes, Mayor?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I would like to suggest a change to agenda.
Okay.
Item V3C, I would like to suggest that it be changed to direct the staff to provide estimates and bring them back to the city council by April. No execution or implementation without knowing the total amount of budget.
We are the motion and we don't accept that.
I didn't understand.
Okay, it was brought up by, okay, I had talked to Councilmember Robinson and she agreed. I don't think if the council should approve anything without knowing the amount. I would like to ask you to at least put a cap on it.
So what I was open to doing was including in that item that there would be a time in March so that we're still within budget term to bring the item back to council and to basically let us know, you know, what the research has found and estimate, budget estimate and things like that. So there's an opportunity to adjust the direction if whatever research resulted in.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, but that didn't eliminate the other things and it didn't put a cap or anything like that. It's just, it added an element that they would bring the item back before proceeding.
And what I want to make sure is that we want an action to this. We want the staff looking into that, and the way that you mentioned it, it was kind of like maybe no to have this item, to have the staff working on this item, which I think is really important. We are talking about B3 is creating a plan to offer simultaneous Spanish-English translation during all city council meetings starting in fiscal year 25-26. And I think like, yeah, it could be that we need a budget, but this is more about the values of what we want to serve our community when there is a high population of Hispanic speakers and we are just talking about budget. Is not what this is about. Yes, it will cost, but it's also that this is a language right, and this is something that we as city council should be doing, and it should have been done before. So thank you.
Then I would like to pull the item because I think it needs to be discussed. There are many other services we owe to our Hispanic community. For example, we need to help them access medical services. That's a major issue in the city of Richmond. Language barrier is major for them. So
Can we put that after the presentation for the state of the city, Mayor?
Yeah. Well.
So if we add to the item that we will come back in March and have a presentation from staff on what they've learned and what the recommendation is on how to move forward before we make any budget commitments or anything like that, would that satisfy? So we can keep it on?
exactly, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So there should
So
be
is that
no
possible?
execution before we know the budget amount.
Mayor?
Thank you.
If Mayor and Councilmember Robinson, if I understand, so you're suggesting where it says direct staff to, and then there's colon, by or in March 2025, or by March 2025, research, and then the what you have stated here beginning at 1. So that would be the first 2 words in March. Does that work? Because
I
because
think
it
so.
okay.
So it basically makes it so that the first sections, the research, whatever comes back, and we get to hear what happened from it in March.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for being open to that. I just want to say that this is something that is deeply in my heart, and see City Council to just get to pull this out just for some budget issues is disheartening to me and the Spanish-speaking community. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to withdraw V8A, the draft amendment to City Council Rules of Procedure and Order. I will be setting up an ad hoc committee sometime between now and anyway, we'll get around to it. And then
By February, Mayor, if I may, is that the item, we'll come back by February on that one?
Draft amendments to
yeah.
the city
Okay.
rules and procedures.
Yes.
Okay, and then V11A, I'd like to move it to January 7th.
Mayor, can I defer to the city attorney and the assistant chief? I think is this the one with the state-led deadline, or no, this one does not have a state deadline?
We need to approve and review an annual report, but there's no
not a state deadline?
There's no requirement that it be approved by a date certain. And there was a requirement earlier that the policy be adopted, but, you know, in 2022, but you just need to review and approve an annual report, yeah.
Yeah, and we can do that on the 7th.
I think like somebody from the public pulled B11B. So we want to pull it
Yes.
out. Thank you.
That's been requested to be removed by Sarah Cantor.
Yes.
What letter was that, clerk, please?
That is V11B.
Thank you.
Not removed, but like
I'm
to be
sorry, yeah.
discussed. To be, okay, thank you.
It'll be placed at the end of the agenda.
Right.
And Mayor, if I may, can staff request that we hear item X3 likely in February?
X3 in February?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, which one?
Which one?
X3.
Oh, the police presentation?
All right. So, City Clerk, as soon as you write these down, can you read back the changes?
Yes. Item V8A has been withdrawn from the agenda. V11A, V11A has been moved to the January 7th meeting. V11B has been removed from consent for discussion at the end of the agenda. Let's see. And B3C, there was a change on the agenda item. It says direct city staff to by March of 2025, and then the rest of the recommended action.
And then X3?
X3 has been moved to
February.
February of 2025. Is that the first meeting in February or second?
It'll depend on what's on the calendar.
Pardon me?
It will depend on what's on the city council's calendar. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So then,
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, council and mayor. Items C1, conference with labor negotiators. The council provided direction to labor negotiators, but no final action was taken. And Winehaven versus the city of Richmond was discussed, but again, no final action was taken.
thank you.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Happy holidays, everyone. And I would like to thank the council for granting staff time off during this holiday and the acknowledgement and thanks to our part-time staff for all the work that they do as well in supporting our residents. Next slide, please. So briefly, I'd like to recap our holiday events, make the council and community aware of an interactive map for fuel reduction efforts. We're doing a great job with Measure X. And make brief announcements regarding the Richmond Promise, recycling, refreshing, and snow days. Next slide. So in terms of the holiday recap, The City of Richmond and community partners have hosted and participated in several events this holiday season. Please take a look at the images above. You'll see us participating with the Brewing Gratitude Appreciation event for our colleagues here at in the City of Richmond. People were encouraged to wear ugly sweaters. Next slide. We also had, in partnership with the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council, they hosted Hug-a-Bear, and so at that event, many city staff joined residents and community members in purchasing and collecting bears for distribution to young people in our community. Frequently, police and fire interact with young children when there's an emergency in their family. Or one of their loved ones, and what happens, and I think this is just really amazing, is that when children are having an emergency or a crisis, they're provided with a stuffed animal that is collected by members of the community to help when they're experiencing trauma. Also, so want to thank the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council for their work with that. Also, our PAL had their holiday party that supports their events throughout the year, and the Rotary Club as well. East Bay Center for Performing Arts and Main Street held their downtown holiday festival. I would like to thank their new partner, which is the Mobile Vendor Program, MVP, for joining this year. So in addition to having the Richmond Nutcracker and all of the great events downtown where young people are able to take photos with Santa and get those pictures text to them and printed, they also were able to receive free food inside, and then outside the mobile vendors were present. So that program is going really well. And also on the next slide, you'll see that we're all having a great time in our ugly sweaters and in our funny jackets. Next slide, Measure X fuel reduction efforts. I would really like to thank our fire department for the work that they're doing with Con Fire and Contra Costa County, as well as Public Works. There have been a number of applications submitted for Measure X fuel reduction. Our aim is to, again, receive the most money of any city in the county for applications, and what they do is they help our community by coming out and cutting down fire hazards. And they manage the vegetation and reduce fire risk in high priority areas. So on this map, it shows what parcels are completed, what is approved for treatment, and what is under review. And this is on the city's Transparent Richmond website. And you can click on each of the parcels to receive detailed information around the site status, which this is available on our city's website. Next slide. I would like to remind everyone that the Richmond Promise Scholarship is open. Please see www.richmondpromise.org. It's a $1,500 annual award. It's available to be used at any two-year, four-year college or a career technical education post-secondary institution in the United States. For more information, please feel free to contact Richmond Promise, or you can call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Also want to remind everyone that we are serious about zero waste. So we've had recycling training refreshers. One of the number one ways that we can improve reduce our greenhouse gas emission is by striving towards zero waste. And so at this workshop on December 18th between 12 and 1 p.m., there'll be free childcare and Spanish translation provided, and all staff and community members are welcome to attend to learn about how to properly sort and dispose of waste, and about state and local laws. Next slide. I shouldn't have a favorite event during the holidays, but I do, and it's the snow day. So at Nickel Park, we have our Community Services Department and Recreation staff in partnership with Public Works do a great job. We encourage everyone to wear their snow attire and bring your own sled or saucer to slide. There'll be food vendors and activities. And so Nickel Park will be full of snow. So we encourage you to come out. I would love to see you all in your snow gear sliding. It'll be fun. Thank you.
Ready? Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity to provide public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. You'll be limited to 2 minutes. And back and forth dialogue with the council is prohibited. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful. We have a total of 19 speakers in person. As I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. To address the council, the speakers are Cordell Hindler, the first group of speakers, Cordell Hindler, Leah Weisberg, Diana Ware, B.K. Williams, Mark Wasberg, David Sharples, Don Gosney, and Alma Ramirez.
Okay.
Please come forward.
Okay, now I'm ready. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Oh, look what I have in front of me. So, it's the port. So, I'm looking at it from my perspective, and once again, we need additional staffing because I'm all for about the port, but if you want to make the port to work, you need more additional staffing because I looked at from other jurisdictions, and I'm like, they have port personnel, and I said, we need to have something like this because if you remember back in 2011, when our previous port director, Mr. Masorkis, may he rest in peace, I was like, he had his staff, and so he would attend some of these conferences all around, not only locally but in this worldwide. But we need additional staffing because it cannot be one person to attend all these conferences. It would the port director would designate a port admin because they would attend the conferences, to learn things, what kind of information is being provided. So once again, the port administrator will be perfect for that because they would attend the conferences. And then that's one. And then number two is I just heard from in other cities that Richmond is getting better, but how better? We got to make sure we got to turn out because like what I just heard earlier today, when I heard the caller said the N-word, I was like, I totally was offended. The Zoom bombing thing has got to end. It's got to stop because we have children here. They don't want to hear that word. It's like, that upsets me because once again, every time I hear that N-word, it's like, it just drives me crazy. So this Zoom bombing thing has got to end. So with that, I'll give my time to Leah. Thanks.
Leah Weisberg.
Good evening. My name is Leah Simon Weisberg, and I am, this is one of those nights that maybe because it's not that controversial and we're on consent, I don't know if I've ever had an item on consent, but this, I don't know if people realize, but we got rent control and just cause and anti-harassment ordinance in Richmond, and really you are at the forefront. I would say you have a package of the strongest tenant protections in the state. But one of the things we've always been missing is a strong routine inspection program, which you are going to be voting on tonight. For me, it means a lot because one of the first things I worked on in Richmond was because there was a whole building on Bissell Street that had horrible conditions. Their property regularly would flood with sewage. And when we came to the city, they said they couldn't do anything. And it was just kind of shocking. And then what seemed easy, which was for the inspector to go out, really evolved, and with the support of many of you, into the first rent control and just cause ordinance in the state. Because even though we thought it was easier to pass a stronger routine inspection program, we ended up finding that it was easier to pass rent stabilization for the first time in 30 years. So for me, this is like a kind of a complete circle where we started out saying, hey, we need better code enforcement or inspections for rental properties. You then got all these other great programs, and now you've come back to again show incredible leadership. And I want to thank particularly Mayor Martinez and Councilmember Robinson for your leadership and actively supporting. We've been working on this for almost 2 years. And I believe that what you will be voting on today is again in the way Richmond works now, which
Your
is
time has expired, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, best
you.
practices. And
Your time has expired.
thank you.
Diana Ware.
Thank you. I would like to address my comments to Councilmember McLaughlin tonight. The city of Richmond, our people and our land owe you a debt of gratitude for your 20 years of service, of leadership, steadfastness, and guidance. Your accomplishments are legion, taking on corporate greed, and degradation of the environment, addressing AstraZeneca, standing up for Point Mulate over and over and over again, promoting Office of Neighborhood Safety and others. You conducted a symphony of successes that will ring through our city for years on end. And personally, having worked on your book, Winning Richmond was a true highlight for me. Your grit and determination are inspiration. Thank you for your service.
BK Williams.
Councilmember Jimenez, I just want to say thank you for mentioning the debt owed to the Black community. We will be talking about that. I appreciate hearing that. Mayor Eduardo and City Council members, my name is BK Williams. I'm a member of the RPA, and I'm here to actually thank Councilmember McLaughlin and Melvin in his absence, so I get to dedicate most of this to you. I want to say thank you for your service, and particularly for helping to move the needle in the arts. I've told this story before. I keep going back to Mayor, but I met Councilmember McLaughlin when I was shooting a film in Richmond, and I met her because I wanted to say, I'm going to shoot a guerrilla film in your city, and I just wanted to be able to name drop, so I went in and met her. And, you know, if I got stopped by the cops, I would say, hey, I talked to the mayor. She knows I'm shooting this film. Well, the cops never stopped me, but about 2 weeks later, I got a call from Mayor McLaughlin, and she invited me to join the Arts and Culture Commission. And I served on that commission for 8 years. So she got the better end of that deal. She got 8 years of service, but I'm still working on the arts. And I just want to say thank you, because Mayor McLaughlin did what our leaders need to do. We always need them to do this. We need you to reach in and see beyond what folks are seeing. I didn't see that I'd be working here, same city for the arts corridor, years later, and I'm still working. I'm still an advocate for the arts. I'm still an activist for the arts, and I'm still an artist. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the years of in-depth knowledge you've shown, the intelligence you've shown on this commission, on this council, and for the work you've done. Thank you. We are in your debt. Thank you.
Mark Wassberg.
The purpose of a young boy and girl is to grow up to be a man and a woman. No medication can change your DNA, your fingerprints, or your bone structure. This is a male and female pelvis. This is Bruce Jenner, and this is Chastity Bono. And you people think that you're gonna change these people? This is reality. These transgenders are living a fraud and a lie, and we all know it. And you think you're going to stop Donald Trump for stopping this transgender care? You're wrong, because Trump is going to destroy the transgender movement. He's going to destroy this woke garbage and this pronoun crap. You are raping children from their true identities. Do you get a real kick raping the children, telling the children to cut off their dick and balls and their breast? You really like that? You're doing the same thing that Adolf Hitler did to the youth. You got to be sick. This is unmoral. This is sickening. And Trump's going to destroy you people, because you have no morality. You have no guilt. You have no shame on what you're doing to these young children. And you people just living a lie. You don't want to admit. I just showed you, stupid. You can't change a male and female. No medication or operation or anything could change the normal structure of a human body. It's all just a bunch of lies. Just because of that pedophile son of a bitch you got as Governor Newsom and that pedophile president you have, Joe Biden, they are supporting this. Oh, by the way, Adolf Hitler only lasted 10 years, but Adolf McLaughlin, she lasted 20. She supported criminals. But it doesn't change because you got to have the same crap all RPA coming in. Your time is but don't worry, Trump's going to destroy you, queer boy.
David Sharples.
All right, shall we have order?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Richmond City Council. My name is David Sharples with the community group ACE. I wanted to thank you for updating the rental inspection ordinance. We have members who have dealt with rat infestations, with mold, and with their apartments flooded during storms. And so it's really important that our housing units are inspected regularly and that landlords maintain their properties. So thank you very much for taking this important step forward to make sure Richmond tenants can live in good conditions. I also wanted to say thank you to Melvin and Gail. Gail, you have been such a wonderful mayor and council member. We really appreciate the way that you showed up for ACE members over the years, whether it was fighting for principal reduction, for tenant protections, and now most recently for neighborhood scale decarbonization. You have been someone who has always stood up for the community, and we really appreciate that. And so I just wanted to say thank you so much for your leadership, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I also wanted to share an appreciation for Melvin Willis. He has also been such a great council member, whether it was voting to increase the minimum wage, standing up for tenants, supporting youth programs. Melvin has always been someone we could count on, and we really appreciate his leadership as well.
Don Gosney.
Good evening. You know, a few days back, I was driving down San Pablo Avenue from the El Cerrito Plaza to the Hilltop area. As I was driving through El Cerrito and San Pablo, I couldn't help but notice how many residential units and how many new businesses there were, especially in San Pablo. In San Pablo, it's not just new businesses, it's new buildings being erected for new businesses. We're not talking about small mom and pop businesses. These are businesses that bring in tax revenue and provide jobs. But everywhere I drive here in Richmond, I'm not seeing new residential units being built. Nowhere. Instead of new businesses, we're seeing our older businesses closing down. We're seeing weed-infested vacant lots and boarded-up buildings. As we're seeing trash all over the place and homeless encampments by the dozens, many of which show signs of multiple fires and tons of trash, debris, and garbage. Why is Richmond so different from our neighboring cities? I recently found myself near the railroad tracks at the end of Florida Avenue near 23rd Street. I tried to do what I often do here in Richmond and tried to photographically document this blight on our community. One of the unhoused persons from about 125 meters away started yelling at me, and when he and one of his pals got close, he asked what I was doing there. I explained that I was documenting the blight, and he told me to stop taking photos. I tried to explain I was taking photos of not taking photos of the encampments or the unhoused persons, only the blight. He ordered me to stop and told me that if I took any more photos that he couldn't guarantee my safety. I brought this to the attention of the council with only Councilmember Bonner replying. Along with the police lieutenant and Michelle Milam, Councilmember Bonner joined us as I documented this and 2 other sites. When questioned about why anyone would care about this blight, I had to point out that it might cost the city more than $100,000 to clean up these 3 sites, and they weren't all that big. I also pointed out that when Amtrak trains whizzed by, Richmond's nicer areas weren't being showcased, only the blight. Why would anyone want to move their businesses or their families into a place that looks as bad as Richmond does? Perhaps instead of trying to solve the problems of the world 8,000 miles away, our council and their friends can fix the problems right alongside our own front doors.
Our next speaker is Alma Ramirez, and will the following speakers please come forward? LaJohn Reese, Yolanda Flores, Kelly Ferguson, Sohila Bana, Jeff Kilbert.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alma Ramírez. Quiero agradecer al Consejo Municipal de Richmond por actualizar la ordenanza de inspección de alquileres.
Good evening. My name is Alma Ramirez, and I want to I'm very thankful about the council members for the rental inspection that you are here in Richmond. ¿Qué más?
Es importante que las unidades de alquiler se inspeccionen regularmente en la ciudad de Richmond para asegurarse de que ningún inquilino viva en condiciones inhabitables.
It's very important that the inspection and departments are made that way. We have safety ordinance here in the safety unions.
Tenemos inquilinos que han tenido goteras importantes en sus techos durante tormentas, mojo que afecta su respiración, infecciones, incluso uno de nuestros miembros se cayó por el piso debido a la falla de mantenimiento.
We have a lot of units that they get water inside, flood. One of our members, she fell in her department because the water got into her house. It's very important to have inspections to eliminate the mold and all these conditions that are not safe.
Se espera que los inquilinos paguen su alquiler y no es razonable que un inquilino espere condiciones de vida inhabitables.
We pay our rent, the tenants pay their rent, and they should have departments, safe departments, and not wait to have these kind of situations.
Por favor, apoye la aprobación de la ordenanza de inspección de alquileres.
Please approve the ordinance of inspection for departments, and also it's very important because that is not only safe, it's for the health of the attendants.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
También quiero nombrar al señor Melvin. Gracias por todo su trabajo como concejal, por su participación, por su buena energía para apoyarnos en nuestra asociación.
I want to thank the council member Melvin. Thank you for all the work that he did, for his energy, and for the support that he did in all our petitions and all our work in our group.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Lejean Reese.
Good evening. Yes, I would like to talk about the Martin Luther King Community Center, better known as the Teen Center, in the Santa Fe neighborhood community where I was born and raised and grew up. I was just there today and talking to a lot of men and young women in the community, and they asked me again, Fahim, you do a lot of work out here in the community, but where's our teen center? When is it coming? Oftentimes we hear this is coming, this is gonna happen, but a lot of broken promises. I'm a man, yes, of opportunity, but also I know the need of the people. So my question to the council members, when's our community center coming? What's gonna be done about it? I know about the PLA agreements, I'm in construction. I teach kids at juvenile hall, MC3, I do all those things. And I'm also a conflict mediator, as a credible mentor. So when it comes to needs of the kids in the community, I'm just gonna ask you all what's going on in our community center. And when a plan and a project is about to come about, could we have residents in the community be on those steering committees, be on those talks, so they can really understand what's going on, so we can take the message and the information back to the people. I think it's very necessary. And oftentimes we have those come from outside giving directions, where there is none or a lack of understanding. I think we have to get back to the understanding root cause of what's missing with our kids. And also with the Nisham Village, I have families living in there right now. And so I'm kind of concerned about them being displaced when it's time for the deconstruction, where they're gonna go. I have an uncle, they call him L.A. Dre. Y'all see him walking down the streets every day. He lived there with my auntie. So I'm kind of concerned about that too. And I would love to be a part of all those things that's going on. If not me, just people in the community, just let us know what's going on and not being a blind. Thank you very much.
Yolanda Flores.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Yolanda, and I just want to thank the Richmond City Council for their updates on the rental inspection ordinance. Rental unions is I said that wrong, my bad. I bit my tongue. It's important for rental units to be inspected regularly because, well, mold happens or any faulty outlets. I, for one, used to live in a apartment that had like poor condition, and when we were trying to get the city to inspect it, it takes a while. But thank God that we got it fixed, and I know that there's others tenants that are having the same problem, and that's why it's important for this to be a regular daily basis. And well, that's why I'm having I'm asking for support on the rental inspection ordinance, and that's about it. Thank you.
Kelly Ferguson.
Mayor and council members, I'm Kelly Ferguson with Clean Energy Solar Design Build Construction Company, ENGIE, with our National Public Sector Division headquarters just 10 miles away in downtown Oakland. In April 2023, we worked with Richmond staff to file solar grid interconnect applications with PG&E by the deadline to grandfather the very financially advantageous NEM 2 tariff. City Manager Curl signed the approved agreements in August, great progress, but since then, progress has stalled. We're out of time for any more delay. On the dais and in your email is a PowerPoint summary of the work to date. Now, though, there are only 67 weeks left to complete construction to retain the sunsetting NEM 2 tariff, which allows Richmond to save $20 million over the life of the project and have a positive cash flow of $500,000 each year after paying all project expenses as shown on page 9 of the handout. Take the next step. Ask ENGIE to bring a firm proposal and guaranteed savings back to the council in January for discussion and action on a construction contract in March. We just need the okay of the city manager and a few hours of staff time to do it, but we need to start that work right away, including site walks this December. All this at ENGIE's risk and no cost to the city. This is a once-in-a-generation chance to save $20 million for the city and significantly reduce your greenhouse gas emissions. California and Richmond procurement codes allow you to make findings that are in the best interest of the city and its residents. Please don't let this golden opportunity pass the citizens of Richmond by. Thank you.
Council members, you've received an email regarding this matter from me. Thank you.
Sohila Mano.
Thank you. I would like to say Happy Yalda to everyone. Holiday seasons, we celebrate different holidays from different cultures. So many thousands of years ago, people saw the days getting shorter, nights longer, and they thought the God of goodness and light was struggling with the god of darkness and evil. And it seemed like the god of darkness was winning. But on that night, the longest of the night, things changed, turned around, and then Ahura Mazda, the god of light, starts winning. So December 21st, Shabi Yalda is the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. It's an old tradition. We still celebrate it with winter fruits like pomegranates, watermelon, and nuts. We get together with friends, read poetry by Hafiz, and I urge you to celebrate it by visiting El Sobrante Farmers Market this year. They decided to celebrate winter solstice by having a night farmers market Saturday, December 21st from 5 to 8 p.m. at El Sobrante Triangle. That's the corner of Appian Way and Valley View Road. Happy Yalda to everyone. By the way, Yalda means birth. That's the birth night of the god of light.
Our next speaker is Jeff Kilbritt. And will the following speakers please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium? Marilyn Langlois, Kathleen Weimer, Keisha Gallen, Jamin Purcell, Raylan Rose, and Ashley Gonzalez. Jeff?
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you to Gail and Melvin. I think it's very hard to talk about the impact both of them have had, both of you have had. I wish Melvin were here so it would be more a split screen. I hope he listens to this. But I've watched this city council through ups and downs, and now here, every time I come to this city council meeting, for whatever reason, whether I'm just curious or whether I'm actually presenting something, I see this collegial body that seems to care about nothing other than getting things done for the people of Richmond, and especially the least fortunate. That came from a set of values and a movement. And it's remarkable. I think we're in very good hands. And so, Gail, as you ride off into the sunset or figure out, what you're going to do next, just look at the city council that you've left behind. And it's a wonderful thing. And there's a lot more work to do. What Mr. Gosney said, is true. Why can't we build more houses in Richmond and, as many as San Pablo and El Cerrito? Well, there are reasons for that, but we can do it. So at any rate, I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for bringing the values and the leadership and the tenacity. It's not easy to stick with the message that Chevron doesn't pay its fair share for 20 years and finally end up with $550 million. It's not easy to fight for the right solution for Point Melati for 20 years, or rent
Your time has
control.
expired, sir.
So, thank you.
Marilyn Langlois. Marilyn Langlois. Marilyn Langlois. Yes.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Marilyn Langlois, longtime Richmond resident. Councilmember McLaughlin, since this is your last regular city council meeting, well, there's the changing of the guard. Oh, there's another one. Well, you're second to the last regular city council meeting. I was close. Anyway, I just want to thank you again for your 20 years of service to the city in elected office. You've just done so much for us. And for me personally, it's been such an honor and a joy to work by your side, both in political organizing and community advocacy with the RPA and other groups, and to have the honor of working on your staff when you were mayor, you've just done so much to make Richmond a better place. I just really appreciate it, and so many of us here in this city appreciate that. I would like to highlight your tireless work in support of the people of Cuba, and for leading our previous delegation in 2013 to visit our sister city of Regla. As you know, just this last week, the Richmond Regla Sister City Committee had a visit to Cuba, accompanied by Mayor Martinez and Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Zepeda. It was a wonderful time. And Gail, many people in Cuba remember you and greet you. They remember your visit. They remember all the work you've done in support of the people. So you're appreciated beyond our borders. And as you know, in these chambers, we currently have the work of Antonio Canet, a wonderful artist who is from Regla. So I hope everybody can enjoy that. I wanted to also acknowledge Councilmember Willis, even though he's not here tonight. I really thank him for his service. So in short, Gail and Melvin, I'm just really going to miss you not being on the dais come next year, and I wish you both all the best in your future activities. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Kathleen Weimer. Kathleen Weimer.
Good evening, Kathleen Weimer. I live in Richmond. I moved here 15 years ago, and with my husband, Joseph Pulio. We picked Richmond because it was like home to us. About 120,000 people, diverse racial and ethnic population, kind of gritty, a former industrial manufacturing town, and with one big pervasive employer. At the same time, it was the 10th most dangerous city in the country. There was a $34 million deficit the council didn't know about. When they found out about it, the city manager split town. There was police harassment in some neighborhoods, and that pervasive employer even had an office in City Hall. It was then that Gail McLaughlin and some other people started the Richmond Progressive Alliance to give people in the community and organizations in the community a voice. And you have continued that opportunity for people in Richmond ever since, both as a leader in RPA and as a leader in city government, as mayor, and as a council member. And Melvin Willis, also inspired by colleagues in RPA, joined you here for the last 8 years. For this, we can all be very grateful. I certainly am. Thank you.
Keisha Gallen, followed by Jamie Purcell.
Good evening. I just want to know who I need to talk to about actually getting help for the youth of the city of Richmond. I already met for months with Councilwoman Bonner, and that really didn't pan out. It was a lot of deceit, and it was mistrust from the start. My issue is Richmond has a lot of resources, but those resources are not hitting the ground. Yes, there are programs in the hood, but the ones where it attracts people from other cities, they're getting priority over the kids out of Richmond. We're not giving the kids that's really in Richmond an opportunity to exceed. So who's gonna help me get funding to those kids, or who's gonna help me get the resources to the kids that are really from Richmond that really needs the resources? Because it's not being done, and everybody think that the unfortunate is being helped, but they're not being helped. We really have to help these kids out of our own pockets. We're doing Adopt a Family for the holidays for the kids that can't afford Christmas and stuff. We're not getting help from the city council. And a lot of the times, you guys don't know what's going on because you don't come down there to the hood. And it was a shame that Councilwoman Bonner didn't even know that we had a gun issue in Richmond. So to me, it's like you guys sit here, but you're not connected to the people you claim that you're serving. And then even with the agenda, it's something for every demographic except for people that look like me. There's never anything on here for people that look like me to help the people that look like me. And that's sad.
Jamin Purcell.
First, I would like to thank Councilwoman McLaughlin for her long service to our city. I also moved here about 15 years ago, and she was one of the reasons. And it has been a place where I have been able to find home. But I'm here because I wanted to thank you all for declaring Richmond a sanctuary city for the transgender community. It sends a clear message that we embrace in diversity and we uphold the rights of all individuals regardless of their gender identity. This initiative isn't about policy, it's to save, talking about family members, friends, our siblings, our parents. When we consider that 82% of transgender people have seriously considered suicide and 40% have attempted it, and then we find out even further that the reason why is because they are not being supported by their community. And we find that when we do support them, that suicide risk reduces by 70%. It's not just a statistic, it's countless lives being saved. The national climate is chilling, as is some of the company in this room, and over 500 anti-trans bills were introduced in the US this year alone. Imagine what it feels like to wake up every day and wonder if the laws of the land will strip you of your dignity, your autonomy, or even your family. And Richmond can offer hope, and is, because we are a sanctuary city. We're saying, not here, not in our city. They are already a part of our community. They are already our neighbors, our coworkers, our friends. And expanding our sanctuary status to them is not just protecting them, but enriching the city and showing that we are an inclusive community and is strengthened by its diversity and collaboration. When they came for Richmond, Richmond said, we're not going to put up with that. Thank you.
Rosalind Rose. Raylene Rose.
My name is Raylan Rose, and I'm a resident of the city of Richmond. I live in the Annex, and I've lived there for my entire life. Richmond's my home, and Richmond's my community. But I'm also a member of the trans community, and I'm trans myself. I'm going to speak personally for a minute. Being able to transition saved my life. I went from the most depressed part of my life to where I am now at the happiest point of my life, where I can survive as myself. Unfortunately, there are those out there who wish to take that happiness away from me and from my whole community. And as of right now, they're trying harder than ever. If they succeed in taking my rights and taking my medication, I'll be forced to either go back into that depression or leave my home here in Richmond. Richmond declaring ourselves as a sanctuary for me and my community gives me hope. Hope that I can continue to live as myself, hope that I can continue to keep that happiness, and hope that I can stay here in my city and in my home. So I ask you, members of the council, to choose the side of life, to choose the side of happiness, and to choose the side of survival for me and my community. Thank you. And for what it's worth, in case any of you are making your decisions based on bones and not based on compassion, my medication did, in fact, widen my pelvic bone.
Our last in-person speaker is Ashley Scarborough Gonzalez.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Scarborough Gonzalez, and I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm proud to encourage the City Council to adopt the resolution to declare Richmond, California a sanctuary city for transgender people. I happen to be married to a trans man, and we've lived here since 2018. Bans on transgender healthcare are a human right violation, a human right to privacy and to evidence-based, and in many cases, life-saving medical care. Richmond has an opportunity to model a government that cares for and protects the rights of its neighbors and community members. Such a government would not cooperate with any efforts to obstruct, deny, or ban the rights of transgender people and their medical providers. Similar to sanctuary laws to prevent city cooperation with ICE that I hope the City Council stands by, a sanctuary city for transgender people signals protection and safety for a community that is under attack with targeted legislation, hateful rhetoric, and discriminatory policies. Taking a stand with the transgender community and adopting this resolution is a crucial act to counter the harmful and unjust bans on healthcare for transgender people, young and old. We love Richmond. We hope you love us back. And thank you, City Council.
That was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the speakers online.
Okay, I have 8 speakers. I have Michael Glickson, Ruthie, Jane Carant, Emily Ross, Andrew Melendez. Phone number ending in 2352 for the first group. Michael Glickson, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. Michael Glickson, I'm a Richmond resident. I want to echo what many people have said tonight in deep appreciation for the years of service by Gail McLaughlin and Melvin Willis. I came to Richmond with my wife 10 years ago. We immediately learned about Team Richmond and campaign in 2014, which was an amazing campaign that stood up to $3 million of Chevron money being spent, and they lost every dime in that election. I'm grateful for, and I now live in District 5, which is Gail's district. So just deep appreciation. Thank you for your years of service, innovation that you've brought to our city, heartfelt concern for all of our residents. And I wish Melvin were here. I've had a chance to work with Melvin in the RPA and in other involvements in the city. And I'm just really appreciative of your service. Thank you so much. And good luck in your future ventures.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ruthie. Ruthie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you all hear me? I think so. Yeah. My name is Ruthie Deneen. I'm the Executive Director at East Bay Center for the Performing Arts here in Richmond. I'm attending tonight to thank all of our partners for an extremely successful downtown holiday festival last Thursday, with over 600 children visiting Santa Claus, receiving goodie bags. Thank you to Richmond Main Street, and 2 full shows in our theater with over 400 audience members for the Richmond Nutcracker, all at East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. And the Richmond Nutcracker featured our East Bay Center students with an original script, first ever done, featuring music, theater, and more. I also wanted to give a huge shout out to the Richmond Mobile Vendor Program MVP, who brought churros, tacos, pupusas, hamburgers, and much more to the festival, and so much cheer, first time ever. And it was a wonderful event for our community. Can't thank everyone enough, and a special thank you to Richmond Main Street for the strong partnership. Lastly, I'd like to thank council members Gail McLaughlin and Melvin Willis as they move out of their current roles for their support for the arts community here in Richmond for so many years. We appreciate you both for attending so many East Bay Center events and programs and supporting our children and youth year after year. And just want to thank you all again and say happy holidays to you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jane Currant. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I really wish I could be there in person. I have not in condition to travel at the moment, but I just want to also add my enthusiastic support for the updating of the residential rental inspection and maintenance program. As others have articulated, it is long overdue. Two, I also wish to appreciate our two wonderful departing city council members. I'm not going to repeat all the wonderful accomplishments that others have pointed out, but just to say, Gail's done so much for this city for such a long time. I'm proud that more recently she became our representative from District 5, and I'm also thrilled that her endorsed replacement, Sue Wilson, will be taking on that role next year. And I also want to recognize and appreciate all my gratitude and express all my gratitude for all of Melvin Willis's hard work during his 2 terms. I don't think I'm alone in saying how much we'll miss him, as well as Gail, all their work and all their thoughtful comments for the past 8 years. Finally, I so appreciate our new mayor. Well, 2 years. I guess he's still not new. And the entire city council for the important work they've accomplished over this term. The way business has been conducted here has enabled work to get done and has been a refreshing departure from past years in Richmond. Thank you so much for your service, Gail, Melvin in absentia, and all of you sitting here. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross, and the following speaker after that is the phone number ending in 2352. Emily Ross, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. Briefly wanted to say I totally support the Sanctuary City for Transgender People direction that you're taking tonight. As we'll be discussing later, sanctuary policies are only as strong as implementation. They should be more than a value statement, but it kind of remains to be seen what will be needed there, but excited to see where that goes and how you continue to support. And then a thank you to our outgoing council members. Councilmember McLaughlin, you are a legend. You're known far and wide, and your legacy is one that you can be proud of. The first time I ever spoke at Richmond City Council, you were mayor, and I remember, being nervous, and you were smiling, and it really meant a lot. I've found you over the years since getting to know you that you're approachable, kind-hearted, and courageous, which is a lovely set of qualities. And Councilmember Willis, deeply rooted in his values and commitment to Richmond residents, yet totally measured, respectful, and reasonable. I knew him before he was on council, and his leadership was apparent from the start. Very excited to see what he does next. And to both of you, I hope to, I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but just so much appreciation to the work you've done and will continue to do in your next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is the phone number ending in 2352. If you'll unmute yourself by pushing *6 and state your name for the record, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is James Daniels. I've been knowing them quite some time. I want to thank you for his service at Richmond. I used to live in Richmond, but my main concern right now is rent control for senior citizens. I know there's a lot of places that they live at. Rent is getting so high they have to find a way to move out and move somewhere else. A lot of them can't afford to do that. So it's some way that they can control the landlords from raising rent, but it won't be too high where senior citizens can't stay where they live at. something needs to be done, and it needs to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have one more speaker, Sarah Cantor. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a resident of Richmond. First, I want to extend my gratitude to Gail and Melvin. Both of you, the things that you were able to be a part of accomplishing for Richmond are what made me want to move here, what made me feel hope that there was a city in my region that seemed to like actually care about its people and be doing generally the right things was amazing. And I moved here because of that promise, and you have upheld that for so many years, both of you. I really admire your effort and your impact and your tenacity and endurance. I also want to talk about the sanctuary city item on the sanctuary city item on the consent calendar. Really happy to see that on there. I think that part of what we need as a city is to make sure that we're protecting our trans community members. I also am a little disappointed that the item specifies we won't share information with these agencies unless required by California state law, which right now is we won't be required by the state, but that could change at any moment. And so I'd like to see the strength of this item tightened up, maybe brought back with some stronger language about what we are and aren't willing to do, regardless of what state law says, because our values matter more than alignment with state law when that can shift into something bad at any moment. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next items, we need approval of the successor agency consent calendar. It's only one item there.
Yes. So.
We need a motion to approve.
Can you read what we're approving?
There's one item. Item U1 is to adopt a resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule. That's the ROPS 25-26 and the administrative budget for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026.
Thank you. And I will make that motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Ready? Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent. And now we need a motion to approve the City Council consent calendar, which excludes item V88, and that's the draft amendments to the City Council rules and procedures. Item V11A, and that's the AB 481 military equipment use annual report. And V11B, that's sanctuary city compliance exception for software applications by LexisNexis.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent. Our next item is the State of the City. So we'll receive an annual State of the City address from Mayor Eduardo Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And it's 9:19, so I will move as quickly as possible because it's been a packed agenda and there is so much to present. I would like to start off by acknowledging my staff. my Chief of Staff, Tony Tamayo, my Policy Director, BK White, and my Deputy Chief of Communications, Ana Tellez. So I'd like to say that even though they have titles, we are one unit. We're basically all a jack of all trades, and we support each other in any way that we can. So as mayor, I would not be the mayor that I am if not for the hard work that my staff has put in on behalf of the city. So, so this presentation is meant to be a high-level presentation, and there are more details online on the website. So if you want to dig into the meat of it, you can go online. But if you want an overview, you can stay and watch this. So I'll ask KCRT to start the ball rolling. We are Richmond, a place where diversity isn't just celebrated, it's our superpower. As your mayor, I am humbled and inspired by the vibrant life that pulses through our streets. From the Aztec dancers that frequent our events to the unity we forged during the MLK Day of Service on the Greenway and the joyous echoes of Tibetan New Year celebrations, we fill the air with the spirit that is uniquely Richmond all year round. The year 2024 was a turning point, a testament to our resilience and collective action. We stood together to hold polluters accountable and are continuing to find ways of safeguarding our environment for generations to come. We expanded our green spaces, carving out sanctuaries where our children can play and our community can gather. We ignited the engines of innovation, creating new opportunities for small and micro businesses that are the heartbeat of our local economy. But let's face it, the path forward isn't always lined with flowers and butterflies. We've faced trials this year, and there are more challenges ahead as we adapt to our evolving needs. Yet adversity only strengthens our resolve. We are the city of pride and purpose, a working town that doesn't back down. We fight for better days, and as your mayor, I promise to listen, to act, and to deliver. Richmond is on the rise, and we're climbing together. With that spirit, I am proud to present this year's State of the City address. Let's reflect on the insights of the past year and look forward to the future we're building side by side. This is our story. This is the State of the City. This year, Richmond has experienced its highs and lows in economic development, but we continue to fight for a brighter future. I'd like to share with you the progress we've made and the exciting developments on the horizon that are paving the way for growth and prosperity in our city. To begin, one of the major initiatives we've undertaken is the revitalization of the Port of Richmond. In my first 2 years as your mayor, the port has been a central focus. I envision a port that not only brings high-paying union jobs to our residents, but also stimulates economic activity that revitalizes our downtown and south side neighborhoods. By transforming the port, we're taking significant steps towards a just transition away from fossil fuels, paving this way for a new sustainable economy. This year, we've been laying the groundwork to make this vision a reality. We've approved $500,000 to conduct a comprehensive building assessment at the port. An audit led us to hire more personnel, increasing our port staff to levels we haven't seen in years. We have completed capital improvement projects to protect our historical buildings from environmental corrosion and installed security cameras at the Point Potrero Marine Terminal. We've also begun pavement and infrastructure improvements. Additionally, A new 200,000 square foot manufacturing warehouse is being constructed at Terminal 3, which is in the process of finding a new tenant. This flurry of activity is crucial as we position the port to be a catalyst for economic growth and opportunity. Moreover, we've been actively showcasing our port to attract interest and investment from beyond our community. We have hosted a delegation from Innovation Norway, bringing Norwegian maritime and offshore wind experts to Richmond. Their visit highlighted the potential for international partnerships and the exchange of ideas that can bolster our economy. Additionally, we welcome the East Bay Economic Development Alliance, giving us the opportunity to present the port's capabilities and future plans for regional leaders. By bringing these groups to Richmond, we're not only putting our port on the map, but also opening doors for the future collaborations and investments. Richmond has a lot of fantastic celebrations that bring people from all around here to our city to celebrate with us. Cinco de Mayo is one of them. Because of the rain, we postponed it for September so that we could celebrate the independence of many Latin American countries throughout the Americas. So let's watch that celebration.
Aunque a veces duela tanto y a pesar de los pesares, siempre hay alguien que nos quiere, siempre hay alguien que nos cuida. Ay, 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 qué bonita es esta vida. Y aunque no sea para siempre, si la vivo con mi gente, es bonita hasta la muerte con canciones y tequila. Me gusta escuchar la voz de una guitarra, brindar por aquel amigo que se fue, sentir el abrazo de...
We're equally committed to supporting our small businesses, the backbone of our community. This year, we launched the mobile vendor program as an extension of the Richmond Farmers Market, bringing food and new life to downtown Richmond. This program not only enriches the community, but also offers mentorship to vendors, helping them grow their businesses and become established entrepreneurs. I am also glad to report that this year we moved the city center's farmers market from BART to McDonald. We even took it a step further by introducing a brand new farmers market at the Richmond Marina, which has been a great success. So a big shout out to Aaron and Tom Coleman for their efforts. In addition, in our ongoing effort to reinforce our commitment to local businesses, the City of Richmond is providing up to $10,000 in small business grants to those impacted by COVID-19. We've also launched a business assistance program allowing community members to connect directly with our business development staff for support and guidance. Building on our commitment to innovation, we've partnered with Bloomberg Philanthropies and Johns Hopkins University to create an internal city data alliance team, led by our IT manager, Rebecca Vanegas. This team focuses on the economic development of downtown, leveraging data, strategies, to create effective marketing plans and policy tools. This initiative is just one of the ways we've been using innovation to drive progress. At the same time, our employment and training department continues to make significant strides. Programs like Richmond Works, YouthWorks and Richmond Build are providing valuable employment opportunities and training to our residents. Last year, these programs helped close to 600 residents find employment. I'm particularly proud of the YouthWorks program, which has helped Richmond youth find meaningful employment right here in our city. By partnering with small businesses and organizations, we've not only provided jobs, but also we've built the capacity of our local businesses with the city subsidizing their pay. Despite these efforts, this year, our unemployment rates has seen both challenges and progress. The most recent unemployment data from January to September shows we have averaged a 5.1% unemployment rate, which is lower than the state average of 5.3%. We experienced an uptick during the summer months, largely due to the layoffs from companies like SunPower and Moxion Power. While these setbacks have impacted our community, they have also strengthened our resolve to create new opportunities and support those affected. To address these challenges, attracting new businesses to Richmond is crucial to improving our employment numbers. And I'm pleased to report that we've made progress in these areas. The acquisition of Hilltop Plaza by Primestar marks a major development for our city. Primestar's vision includes ambitious redevelopment plans that will enhance our Hilltop community, attract new businesses, draw visitors from across the region, and stimulate economic growth. Additionally, a new auto dealership has established itself in Hilltop, adding jobs and commerce to our local economy. Chef's Warehouse is now fully operational, providing substantial employment opportunities. And HD Supply has also set up shop in Richmond. These are among the notable developments with a large footprint from the past year, signaling a positive trajectory for our city's economic future. While these new developments are encouraging, I want to emphasize that as a city, we are committed to attracting high-paying jobs to Richmond. We recognize that not every new business will immediately provide these opportunities, but our expanding economic development team is dedicated to bringing quality, well-paying jobs to our community. In addition to these larger developments, we're also welcoming new, smaller businesses that enhance our city's culture and economy. Among these are Johnny Boy on Tewksbury Avenue, serving up delicious smash burgers, El Jardín de los Sueños, which has opened on San Pablo Avenue, and Richmond Eats. These businesses not only contribute to our local economy, but also create a better community experience for all residents. Furthermore, my office partnered with the Richmond Chamber of Commerce to bring the inaugural Best of Richmond contest. The Economic Development Commission also hosted a successful 2024 Taste of Richmond launch with Richmond Week. We've released a supplement in the San Francisco Business Times showcasing Richmond and its vibrant community. In conclusion, I want to restate our city's dedication to economic growth and prosperity. I encourage each of you to continue your involvement and support as we build a brighter future together. Richmond's potential is limitless, and with your partnership, I'm confident we will achieve great things. Thank you for being a part of this journey, and thank you for your ongoing commitment to our wonderful city. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you again. So, quality of life is important, and throughout the years, I visit dozens of events and am regularly out in the public, as many of you know. This has allowed me to keep my ear close to the ground and hear what some concerns are from residents. A lot of those conversations are centered around quality of life, as I've said, so let's get into it. Code enforcement. This year, we stepped up our code enforcement to approach the levels of service provided pre-COVID. Our goal is to ensure business and individuals are in compliance with city ordinances and laws that ensure the overall safety of our community. The past year we have hired additional staff to help us achieve this goal. In 2024, the City Council passed a moratorium on smoke shops and currently are in the process of ensuring existing smoke shops are licensed for the business that they engage in. In 2024, code enforcement opened 1,143 cases and closed 1,702 of them. In 2025, we hope to expand our code enforcement team to meet the needs of our residents and businesses. So, Point Bellotti. In July, the city entered into agreement with East Bay Regional Park District to sell the 80-acre Point Bellotti property to the East Bay Regional Park District. This relieves the city of fiduciary obligation that would have cost the city millions of dollars in infrastructure upgrades while preserving green spaces for generations to come. Our residents have overwhelmingly made it clear that they would like to see Point Bellotti return to a state of natural beauty and serenity to be enjoyed by our residents and by visiting neighbors. It's important that we plan for the future. We must always remember to prioritize the environment and open spaces for not only the survival of our planet, but also as a bastion of mental health and well-being that elevates our lives above financial gain. Pollution and environmental health are qualities of life issues. In 2024, BACMID environmental groups, Richmond residents, and the City of Richmond sought to hold polluters accountable. In continuing efforts to enhance the quality of life in Richmond, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District reached a record-setting agreement with the Chevron refinery on violation penalties, the highest in the agency's history. Although the fines of up to $138 million are impressive and justified, the true significance lies in the district's estimate of tens of millions of dollars per year in health benefits by reducing premature deaths and other impacts from particulate matter exposure. This achievement shows the importance of strong oversight agencies like BACMID and engaged and informed communities such as ours, and local governments unafraid to stand up to powerful corporations. I am proud that together we demonstrate to neighboring communities and to the world that we must prioritize people over profits and the many over the few. We also had a Chevron settlement. This past year, the City Council, along with strong community groups, namely CBE and APN, sought to address years of industrial pollution in our beautiful city. This was in the form of a polluter's tax that sought to hold Chevron accountable for the years of flaring and dispensing toxic smoke and chemicals, predominantly along our fence-line communities. As often as is the case, there are certain communities and people that are devalued and subjugated to harmful processes by corporations that operate in an irresponsible manner. These corporations cause generations of damage to the people that are unfortunate enough to live within the proximity of their establishments. This goes for any corporate interest that works to the disadvantage of the people near them. The tax was to improve quality of life for Richmond residents that have been negatively impacted by the oil refining in the city. These negative impacts include environmental hazards, public health harms, and stressing emergency services. The city and Chevron were able to reach an agreement in lieu of putting the tax on the ballot to the tune of $550 million over a 10-year period. This money will go into the city's general fund with the intent of being used to fund previously unfunded programs that will increase the living standards of our residents. We also have the ability to use funding to grow green, responsible businesses and plan for a just transition away from the fossil fuel industry. It's important that this city council and also future city councils stand as sentries, safeguarding this hard-fought funding, ensuring that it is used for the issues that it was obtained for. While we wait to see the fruits of these settlements and violations, as a city, we are continuing to push for the improvement of our built environment. These are efforts underway thanks to Public Works. This year, thanks to endless hours of hard work by our Public Works employees, we have seen many aesthetic, structural, and safety improvements this year. For instance, there have been lighting improvements throughout the city. There's been new solar lighting that was installed at City Hall Plaza to light the manager's parking lot. Solar lights have been installed on Castro Street between Hensley and Gertrude Street as part of the solar lighting pilot program. The city installed replacement streetlights where streetlights have been missing due to knockdowns along Atlas Road. We also continue to deploy our weed abatement division to combat overgrowth areas in the city. The abatement division abated weeds from 100 locations, including city-owned lots, alleyways, Richmond Parkway, and public rights-of-way. The Parks and Landscape Division spent over 17,000 hours, 35% of total hours worked, clearing weeds from parks, medians, roadsides, fire trails, fire access roads, paper streets, and parking lots. All of this have been done by utilizing our #1 asset in this city, the people. Public Works hired 25 eager and willing employees from January of 2024 until December of this year. Our employees, both tenured and new, exemplify the city's model of pride and purpose, and it shows through the quality of work that they deliver on a daily basis. Richmond moves. The city is always looking for ways of providing conductivity and mobility for our citizens while providing alternatives to adding to our already congested streets. One of these alternative forms of transportation is, as I said, Richmond Moves. Richmond Moves, which most of you know is the city's on-demand transportation service, has seen a steady increase in the zone that it covers. Starting at its launch in 2022, Richmond Moves serviced an area of 4.2 miles. In the last 2 years, the coverage has grown nearly 5 times to 19.4 square miles of the city. Service hours are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The price is $2 per ride, with seniors and students riding for free. In 2024, we invested heavily in our community spaces and parks. We allocated millions of dollars for parks, libraries, community centers, and programming. While some of these projects will take some time, I am proud that we already set money aside for them specifically. In October of this year, there was a ribbon cutting on 20th in Ohio for Dirt World. Dirt World is Richmond's free public BMX bike park that covers 21 acres. It was designed for BMX and mountain bikes. The park features jumps, obstacles, and pump tracks for riders of all skill levels. The accomplishment was the result of a diverse group of visionaries, volunteers, parks and rec, and others in the community coming together to provide the beautiful space for cycle enthusiasts to enjoy. This year, we allocated $7 million to improve Richmond soccer fields. The Richmond Arts Center has hosted as many as 15 exhibits this year. The RAC has also made a huge impact with its youth programs with 5 million. Let me get my numbers straight. 5,856 kids participating in school-based art programs at 10 Richmond schools. There are also fee-based classes that serve 2,064 students in fiscal year 23-24, up to from around 1,802 students. In fiscal year 22-23, in the spirit of the RAC's never-ending service to the community, they awarded $25,962 worth of scholarships for the classes that they offer. Now that I got all those numbers out of my mouth, we'll roll on to the next video to continue with the presentation. As we celebrate our deep commitment to the Richmond community, we also emphasize the importance of fiscal responsibility. This ensures we can continue providing the value services our community needs. Richmond's financial health is strong, ending the year with a balanced budget, a solid credit rating, and securing 130 citywide grants. Notably, several revenue catalogs exceeding expectations in fiscal year 23-24, including property tax at $53.8 million and sales and use tax at $61 million, driven by strong performances from major retailers. While some revenue sources fell short, overall, our revenue surpassed expectations, highlighting our effective fiscal management and the success of Measure U in boosting business taxes. We will begin by exploring Richmond's current fiscal health and highlighting our achievements in ending the year with a balanced budget, maintaining a strong credit rating, and partnering with other agencies to secure 130 citywide grants. Let's dive a little deeper. Several revenue categories came in higher than expected in fiscal year 23-24. For instance, property tax revenue is estimated to a total of $53.8 million, $1.6 million above the previous estimate. Sales and use tax revenue is estimated to a total of $61 million, $3.7 million above the previous estimate. This revenue stream is bolstered by the performance of big box stores such as Costco, Target, Home Depot, and Walmart. Utility users tax total of $59.1 million, $1.2 million above the previous estimate. License, permits, and fees revenue is $16.6 million, $800,000 higher than previously estimated. This revenue stream includes the business tax revenue. This is the second full year of the business tax using the gross receipts updated by Measure U. Measure U has been a significant success, helping us improve our business tax. It's now projected to bring in $14.2 million, nearly $1.2 million more than previously estimated. Some of the city's revenue sources have gone down. The other taxes category is expected to bring in $18.5 million, which is $5.6 million less than we originally thought. We also plan to collect $13.3 million from the documentary transfer tax, but only received $8.6 million, leaving a $4.7 million gap. Other types of revenue in this category, like franchise fees and hotel taxes, also came in lower than expected. However, despite these few revenue sources coming in below the expected, the city's overall revenues exceeded what was previously estimated by $5.1 million. Additionally, we spent $14 million less than we had budgeted for expenditures, giving the city a surplus that was used to fund projects previously left pending. Our balanced budget is a testament to the city's effective financial management and strategic planning. Richmond has maintained a strong credit rating of Baa2 from Moody's and an A- from Standard & Poor's, reflecting our robust financial health and management practices. This high credit rating allows the city to borrow at lower interest rates, saving taxpayer money and enabling more significant investments in community projects. With the incredible support of city staff, in 2024 alone, Richmond has been awarded 130 grants, totaling $241.4 million. These grants have supported a variety of initiatives, including the renovation of local parks, housing, enhancements to public safety, and the development of new community centers. Our solid financial standing has allowed us to invest in essential infrastructure projects, improve public services, and support community programs. We are dedicated to fostering a thriving business environment while also being socially responsible, ensuring that businesses contribute their fair share. Together, we can ensure that Richmond continues to prosper and to grow. We're having fun today. We're having a lot of fun. And part of that fun is by presenting Rebecca Vanegas a certificate to show our appreciation for the work that she's done for the city of Richmond. In the short time that she's been here, she has been the lead on the Bloomberg John Hopkins Data Alliance initiative, which our city is engaged in. Come in. Oh, hi. Yes. First time here, huh?
Yes, it is.
We have a certificate for you, which is to show our appreciation for the work that you've done here in the city of Richmond.
Oh my gosh, thank you. This is a great honor.
Well, you know, it's an honor to have you on staff. Watching you do the presentation at the conference, you were fabulous.
Great.
Here we are.
Okay.
We are on a field trip to see some of our street painters. We've seen them many times throughout the city doing their job. And they make the city look great. They also make it safer for people to drive and for pedestrians to navigate. You know, we not only came to do photos and do some B-roll, but we also came to give you some certificates to show you how much we appreciate you. Carlos?
There he is.
Yeah, so is Gary here?
Right.
All right.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Rob. There you go. Martinez, my cousin.
Thank you, brother.
David Vigay?
Yes.
There you go. Steve Hewitt, okay. Rodney. There you are. And did we miss anyone? No?
Yeah. Thank you for that recognition.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, we're going to include it in the state of the city, you know, because we want the whole world to know what you guys do.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That goes a long way.
Yeah, actually giving certificates is one of my favorite parts of the job because I do really enjoy showing my appreciation for what the staff does. They really do make our city shine and to become even greater by all the work that they do. So I guess we'll move on to public safety. We're committed to public safety and our community's well-being. So let's dive into this year's crime statistics provided to us from January to November. So the update shows an overall crime increase. We've had a 1% increase in total crime index in the total index crimes from 2023 to 2024. Homicides, there were 11. Sexual assaults, a total of 96 sexual assaults. Robberies, there were 266 robberies. Aggravated assaults, a total of 941. Burglaries, a total of 277 burglaries. Larceny theft, there was 1,700 larceny theft incidences. Vehicle theft, a total of 1,032 vehicle thefts, and arson, there were 31 arson incidences reported. So that doesn't sound good, but Richmond is dedicated to reducing crime and violence through various public safety initiatives. We focus not just on holding people accountable, but also on addressing the root causes of crime. Our goal is to prevent violence through community-centered programs to create a greater community for everyone. We have programs like the Office of Neighborhood Safety. ONS staff goal is to connect with people who are at high risk for gun violence and encourage them to access resources. Like the Operation Peacemaker Fellowship, an 18-month program that helps people learn how to deal with life without violence. This year, ONS has lost none of its program fellows to gun violence. ONS received White House recognition for their gun violence prevention work. The White House Office of Violence Prevention visited ONS in Richmond this year. Received 2 invitations to the White House. This year, the U.S. Department of State brought a delegation of 25 representatives from various states and Mexico for a critical roundtable discussion focused on the Security Exchange Program, specifically highlighting Richmond's ONS efforts on focused deterrence. The Office of Community Crisis Response Team. Their goal is to respond to non-emergency calls that do not require immediate support from fire, police, and EMS. These may include, but aren't limited to, noise disturbances, wellness checks, a person needing referrals to services, or a confused or senile person. The impact on reducing the burden on police and improving community health relations is the purpose of the Community Crisis Response Program. We have youth engagement and support programs aimed to keeping youth engaged and out of trouble. We have collaboration with schools, community centers, and nonprofits, highlighting successful stories and future plans, community involvement, importance of community participation, and public safety efforts. We're encouraging residents to get involved in neighborhood watch programs and community meetings, and we have success stories of community-led initiatives. The police this year hired 17 police officers, 12 professional staff. Our officer retention has included 146 authorized sworn staff with 121 currently filled, 25 sworn staff vacancies, 73 authorized professional staff with 54 currently filled, 19 non-sworn staff vacancies, 12 sworn officers separated service with the city, 7 resigned, 4 retired, 1 was terminated. So out of the 17 newly hired sworn staff, we have a net gain of 5. The Richmond Police Department has a fully staffed parking enforcement unit with 2 newly added positions to better serve our community's parking and staffing and traffic needs. Community engagement. The Richmond Police Department hosted over 600 community members at the police department for our annual Cops and Goblins Halloween open house. Richmond families were treated to a haunted house experience through the police department, trick-or-treating with Richmond Police Department staff, a petting zoo, and a free barbecue lunch and ice cream dessert. Additionally, families were provided fresh fruit and vegetables courtesy of Urban Tilth. Richmond Police Department police officers and professional staff partner with local faith-based nonprofits and churches in the annual Faith in Blue event. Richmond Police Department staff volunteered at the Bay Area Rescue Mission, preparing meals for mission residents and organizing donated clothing at the Rescue Mission's donation warehouses. Additionally, officers attend various church services the next day, where local pastors and congregations provided RPD staff with prayers and words of encouragement. The Richmond Police Department hosted its 5th cohort with the Community Police Academy, which provides 18 community members with an 8-week intensive deep dive into the inner workings of the police department. There's been a focus on mental health, on staff mental health. The Richmond Police Department has placed an emphasis on employee mental health and wellness. This year, personnel are now offered professional counseling services that are specifically geared towards the challenges and stressors faced in law enforcement, sleeping facilities so officers can take naps after and before extended shifts, opportunities to engage in physical activity in the department's gyms during breaks, and services offered to staff by our department chaplains. We need to continue to make the Richmond Police Department a place that attracts experienced officers to the city and new officers into the profession. There's an opportunity to bring back a full-time traffic unit and other specialties. Once the Community Crisis Response Team is fully functional, there is a great opportunity for that team to partner with the officers to provide services to our communities. My mouth is getting dry. There are also opportunities to partner with neighboring cities to create local task forces that will assist with using the current law to address traffic issues and sideshows in Richmond. So we need future plans and goals for future reducing crime and improving public safety. We need continued investment in the root cause of violence, support for the Office of Neighborhood Safety non-police response programs, plans to implement the Community Crisis Response Team. So reaffirming commitment to a safer, healthier Richmond is something that we need to do. Call to action for community members to stay engaged and support public safety efforts. So thank you for all the work that we do together with the police department. Housing. I'm pleased to share the important progress we've made in addressing housing and homelessness over the past year. Our commitment to expanding affordable housing for the well-being of our community remains a priority. First, let's talk about the grants we've received and how they've been utilized to support our housing initiatives. We have the Encampment Resolution Fund. With that, we were awarded a 2-year grant totaling $4,881,272 to resolve the Castro vehicle encampment, which housed 104 unhoused residents. By September 30th, 2023, all vehicles and debris had been removed from the site, and the property was fenced with on-site security maintained until April 2024. The program ended on June 30th, 2024, with all funds expended. We successfully transitioned 70 clients into housing, including 15 clients who received mainstream vouchers for adults with disabilities under 62 years old. Then we had Encampment Resolution Fund 2R. In August 2023, we were awarded an $8,602,587 grant to assist up to 115 unhoused clients, including 30 former Castro clients. We established a navigation center at a local motel to temporarily house up to 30 clients and provide intensive case management services. Approximately 45 new clients have been transitioned into housing, including 30 former Castro residents whose housing assistance was extended. We had an Encampment Resolution Fund Round 3. In September 2024, we received $9,336,746 grant to assist up to 165 unhoused clients, including former Castro and Ryden clients. This grant will support outreach, intensive case management, housing navigation, income development literacy, vocational training, job placement, and transition into housing. Then we had Home Key. In July 2024, we were awarded a $14,512,660 grant for the acquisition and rehabilitation of the Motel 6 located at 425 24th Street. Once rehabilitation is completed, this property will provide 48 supportive housing units for the chronically homeless population, including all-around support services. We have the Housing First program, with the Richmond Community Foundation. In December 2022, the City Council approved $500,000 for short-term rental assistance, motel vouchers, and emergency rental assistance. In July 2023, an additional $624,000 was approved to expand these services. In July 2024, another $315,000 was approved to continue short-term rental assistance. The Housing First program has provided ongoing rental assistance to 30 formerly unhoused clients. And then we have Emergency Shelter Services program with the Richmond Community Foundation. In September 2023, the City Council approved $700,000 for short-term emergency shelter. Approximately 20 unhoused clients have been provided short-term emergency shelter in 2024, with some transitioned into the Emergency Relief Fund R2 program. We've made significant progress in housing developments. The Nystrom Village redevelopment, the request for proposals for the development of Nystrom Village has been completed. We are recommending a developer to exclusive rights to negotiate in November, December, as we know. The Novin Plaza Rehab Phase 1, we've substantially rehabilitated the 138-unit affordable senior housing development. Finally, let's highlight some notable achievements of this year. 2024, the Richmond Housing Authority work orders completed. We have completed 303 work orders. 2024 Nystrom units rehabilitated. We have rehabilitated 10 units, with one more to be completed by December 1st, 2024, and 4 other units currently in progress. So, in conclusion, our efforts to address housing and homelessness in Richmond have been substantial and impactful. We remain committed to creating a safer, healthier community for all residents. These achievements are made possible through our city staff hard work and dedication. So thank you for all of your continued support, and this couldn't have been possible without the hard work of our city manager and staff. So I'd like to give a big applause to we're getting near the end of the presentation, so I guess I'll give my wish list via video. My 2025 wish list is the following. Number 1, 0 homicides in the city of Richmond. We're making progress in lowering the yearly homicide rate, but 1 death is 1 too many. Number 2, I'd like to see the empty lots on 12th and McDonald break ground and begin the construction of hundreds of new homes. Number 3, I'd like for us to begin having the conversation of how we can bring new and intentional economic opportunities to Cutting Boulevard. Number 4, I'd like to see more corporations held accountable for polluting Richmond and polluting the region. And number 5, I'd like to see the Community Crises Response Team start taking calls and serving our community. Finally, I would like to see requests for proposals go out for the cafeteria building and a general warehouse. In 2025, it's time we began taking action at the port. He wrote a book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos Our Community. And if you look around, you can see what path we have chosen here in Richmond.
You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. If there is a load you have to bear,
This concludes the State of the City video portion. So let's take it back to the council chambers for one last thing. Are you ready? So the magic that happens in these chambers would not be possible without three people who stay hidden, and I'd like to call them out. So Brian, Richard, Christian, are you in the house? Because if you are, you need to come out.
Who's running their cameras?
I feel like I'm a pro wrestler. Someone out here. I feel like I'm a pro wrestler calling out my opponents. So we are more familiar with all the work that you do, but these people out here don't see all the hard work that you do. I mean, you're here before we are, and you're here after we're gone. And you know, that's right, weekends too, and events, you know, wherever I am, you're there. Wherever I'm not, you're there. So we want to give you certificates to show our appreciation of all the hard work that you do, and for your sense of humor. I'll go the other way. Thank you. Wait, come back here. You don't get off that easy. No, so I know that a couple of nights ago you started to joke and we never got to the punchline. So, but, you know, no, actually what I want you to do is to give us a few words of wisdom. Anyone? Go ahead.
Short council meetings. Short council meetings. We love it. We love it when you guys all work together to achieve that goal. That's amazing.
2 council meetings a month. 1 in December. Before you thank all of us, we appreciate it because, as you can tell, we weren't ready. We're not dressed for this occasion. We also want to thank the guy directing right now, our intern Travis Keaton. We got to give him a thanks because he is a good member of our team. And now, here's Christian with his words of wisdom. Christian says, "Thank you very much, Mayor," and he really appreciates it. So,
thank you so much. So, we will take those words of advice into mind, and you may even see some of it on a future council agenda.
Like tonight.
So thanks again. So that winds it up. So thank you all for attending and being part of this presentation. So with that, I'll take my gavel and adjourn the meeting.
No, we have 2 more. We have 2 more items.
So we have speakers for this item.
Is the BART thing on?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Boy,
I said,
you know,
hold it.
Yeah. You know, I got so excited and I took their advice. You know,
I second their advice. Come on.
yeah. So okay. Well then, let's move on.
We have one public speaker.
One public speaker.
In person. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand. Cordell Hindler.
Thank you, City Clerk. So thank you again, Mayor Martinez, for this presentation. I was like, wow, this is amazing. So I'm like, but I got something to add to your wish list. So you mentioned about the port, so let me give you a visual aid once again. I want to see some additional staffing for the port because, once again, you try to bring in economic development, the port should be the key start because we need additional staffing. As I said it before, staffing is important because not only
for the port, but for other departments too, because you need help, additional help, because if you want to make the city thrive, you gotta have additional staffing. And the record will reflect, I did attend the Taste of Richmond event a couple months back, and I was like, I find it very pleasant, because I never knew that some of these restaurants even existed in Richmond. So I'm like, hey, I love this. I love the Taste of Richmond event. Hopefully it'll be like that for next year. So add that to your wish list, Mayor Martinez.
Jamin Purcell.
I just want to be real brief, and I want to thank. There we go, ready to go. I'm going to be real brief. I want to thank the mayor for our State of the City address, because you have made it more dynamic and more interesting than in previous years. I also really appreciate that you point out that this is not just a city run by one person or the people we see up on this dais. We actually see it is run by the countless amount of staff that make things happen, and that your appreciation and your kindness and actually pulling them out of the offices and pointing that out, I think really makes a big difference, especially when we're talking about morale with the city. I also want to thank you for the work that you did to be able to make sure that we're going to have money going forward to be able to address climate justice, and as well the work that you have been doing over the last year to try and bring about the improvements that the city of Richmond so rightfully deserves. So I want to thank you, and I look forward to our next address.
That was our last in-person speaker. We do have a speaker online.
I have Kirby Lynch. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. Yes, this is Commissioner Kirby Lynch from the Economic Development Commission. Just want to say thank you again to the staff, Lizette and Kyle, who've been working really hard to establish the Cannabis Equity Program. And again, just appreciate you all putting it in the State of the City address. And just shout out to the new equity eligible applicants we got. That was a community-led effort to educate the community on how to prepare for the legal cannabis industry, and really hope that council supports further conversation in 2025 around what resources we need to have this cannabis equity program to be successful. I see a lot of alignment in terms of workforce development and job creation in the cannabis industry, and really partnering with our local dispensaries to establish an apprenticeship program. Also, thank the Economic Development Division for going after grants to support potential small businesses in cannabis. I know that they've been applying for Type 2 funding. So again, just thank them for working on that. And we still need to have conversations about what does community partnership look like and who benefits from cannabis businesses in the city of Richmond. Other jurisdictions, like your partner in El Cerrito, again, have strategically used taxes that are coming from these cannabis businesses for community efforts. So that Economic Development Commission is really looking forward to partnering with the council, with the mayor, to really refine this program, and just really appreciate you putting it in the report.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Do we have council members who would like to speak? If not,
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership and to make Richmond better, and it is noticeable. So thank you so much, and hopefully we can continue to work with you in more years to come.
thank you. Okay, we'll
Next
move
item.
on to the next item.
Our next item.
And my apologies, I got so wrapped up in wrapping up. I forgot that there's so much more work to be done. So, my apologies.
Okay, our next item is item X1 under new business, to receive a presentation from Bay Area Rapid Transit regarding the role in the region report.
Smart idea.
Thank
Thank you so much for having me. This is the first time I've ever had to follow a state of the city, so and a hard task you gave me. But I do have some slides. My name is Bradley Dunn, and I'm the manager of local government and community relations for BART. And I don't see the slides. Awesome. And I'm really excited to present to you our role in the region report. Obviously, Richmond as an end-of-the-line station and one of a very select few cities that have maintenance yards. Richmond and BART are intertwined in our success, and we look forward to talking to you a little bit about our efforts to recover our ridership and to address our fiscal cliff. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So about a year ago, BART launched our Safe and Clean plan. BART recognized that we've had a substantial shift in our ridership over the years. BART in the 1950s and 60s, when it was being planned, was originally envisioned to whisk a suburban executive to downtown San Francisco on full seats. We have come a long way, and our ridership has changed very significantly. During the pandemic, we really saw those ridership trends changing even further. So currently, about 2/3 of our riders identify themselves as people of color. 44% do not own a car, and about 1/3 have household incomes of less than $50,000 a year. So BART recognized that, as we came out of the pandemic, both for those transit-dependent folks who are the backbone of our ridership today, and for the marginal rider that has other choices, we needed to make improvements to the rider experience, focusing on safety and security, service adaptations, and cleanliness to win riders back and to make sure that we aren't leaving a system that is unsafe and unclean to transit-dependent folks who have no other choices. So since launching that plan, we have doubled the police officer presence system-wide. We have really focused on making sure that those police officers are riding trains and are in our stations. And we have seen a 15% decrease in crime year-to-date in 2024. We have substantially changed our service to improve our night and weekend service, recognizing that in a post-pandemic world, people are not necessarily using BART as a 9-to-5 commute option, but looking to go to cultural events, concerts, restaurants, other non-commute activities. So trying to lean into that. So at no point during our service times at any station will you wait more than 20 minutes for a train. That's down 50% from 30 minutes from our previous schedule. So, when people are making the decision, do I want to go to, some of the great restaurants Mayor Martinez was talking about opening in Richmond in the last year, those people can say, hey, I'm not going to wait too long for BART. We've also really focused on cleanliness. So we've doubled the rate of deep cleaning our train cars from every 900 hours to every 450 hours of service, while also adding restroom and elevator attendants at our newly reopened restrooms, which is the first time since 9/11 that we've been able to do that. We think these things all improve the rider experience, and really focusing on that safety, security, and cleanliness and improved service, we think is important to winning riders back. And we really saw some great momentum in September and October with substantially higher ridership than we did earlier in the year. And we're hoping to continue that towards the end of the year and then into 2025. Next slide, please. One of the things that we're really excited about this next year is an expansion of our next generation Faregate program. That's going back to that focus on safety and security. Richmond was one of the first stations to get our new Faregates, which replaced the pilot Faregates that weren't beloved before. And so we already have installed these in September in Richmond. They're taller and stronger to to deter fare evasion. And they also have sensors that improve accessibility and reliability for people with wheelchairs, luggage, strollers, making them much more, much less likely to close on you, and to kind of position ourselves in the same kind of breadth as modern systems across the world. These gates are used in Seoul, South Korea, as well as a similar version is used in Washington, D.C. that we have taken and beefed up a bit and taken lessons from that. So we're really trying to modernize our systems this way. You'll know that in several locations across the BART system, we currently use duct tape to keep these our old fare gates together because the gaskets aren't made anymore. We're really excited because these fare gates are used by multiple transit systems across the world, that these parts are available off the shelves and will be available for years to come, decreasing downtime and maintenance costs, as well as the problems for our passengers. We're looking to finish our installation by the end of all 750-ish gates across the 50 BART stations by the end of 2025. And we're moving very quickly. So not only will people see these in Richmond, but there are other destination stations as well. Next slide, please. As a part of our focus on safety and security, I wanted to thank City of Richmond staff, the City Manager's Office, City Manager Curl, the Richmond Police Department, and Richmond Fire Department for their collaborative work helping us keep BART running by addressing encampment sites and fires under BART tracks. This has been a real challenge for us. Encampment fires, especially as rain and cold of winter, comes upon us, increase. And in encampments where there are often cooking devices like propane, generators, RVs, these kinds of things can create fires that can damage BART's infrastructure. That's our communications infrastructure, our power infrastructure, and even the concrete with which we uphold our aerial lines. So I just want to say that we deeply appreciate the City Manager's Office and everyone for helping us work together to resolve encampments at 23rd and Carlson and along the Greenway. This was a really significant collaborative effort after a really significant fire. We've also worked to address encampments near the station where fires have caused smoke inhalation for our station agents. And we are just deeply thankful for the city's work with us. It's not every jurisdiction that is willing to step up to the plate, and so we're deeply thankful for that as a way that we are working to keep BART passengers safe. Next slide, please. So BART not only keeps Richmond moving because of our service to the region, but we also are crucial to supporting other transit providers that provide service to City of Richmond residents. 90% of regional transfer trips between operators include BART, which is really important to think about the health and security of those other operators, including AC Transit, where there are more than 300,000 or about 300,000 transfer trips between BART and AC Transit every month. So if BART doesn't survive and BART isn't thriving, those other providers that provide local service for your residents will also have significant budget problems to deal with. We're also very excited that when MTC turns on Clipper 2.0, new fare technology for your Clipper card that will accept debit cards and other forms of payment besides just Clipper. BART will be participating in the regional transfer pilot program that can save Richmond residents up to $1,250 a year by eliminating some of the penalties from transferring from one system to another. So after you have tapped on AC Transit or BART, if you tap on a second transit provider within 2 hours, you'll get a $2.50 discount for that fare. We think that that'll generate an additional 27,000 regional riders a month, but more importantly, about 35% of a family for families that make $75,000 a year, or less, about 35% of their family budget is spent on transportation. So we think this will be a big boon for City of Richmond residents. If we could go to the next slide, please. We're also very focused on making sure that everybody that wants to access transit can access transit regardless of their economic status. So we offer a slew of discount programs in addition to that forthcoming regional pilot. We have a 50% discount for youth and low-income riders that are enrolled in our Clipper Youth, are enrolled in the regional Clipper Youth Card or the Clipper Start program, which is a discount for people making up to 200% of the federal poverty limit. We have a 62.5% discount for seniors and people with disabilities. And we also have a new pilot program that we're working with MTC on to encourage businesses to buy transit passes for their employees, looking at employers with more than 100 employees that can buy an unlimited transit pass for their employees, just like they buy health insurance or a gym memberships or any other kind of employee benefit, cell phone discounts, by pooling those, the cost of doing so and giving those businesses an additional, additional break in the cost that they can pass on to their employees. Next slide, please. While we definitely want everybody to participate in our discount programs, BART also does have a fiscal cliff that I wanted to talk to you about today. Pre-pandemic, BART was considered the height of fiscal responsibility by relying on fares overwhelmingly to fund our operations. So 60% or to 70%, depending on the year, of our operations were funded by what we call fare box recovery. That's the fares that our passengers paid. But that reliance on that one source of income made us uniquely vulnerable to the pandemic when ridership has collapsed. We've recovered the vast majority of our unique Clipper users. That's the number of people using a Clipper card to tap into the system. But those riders are taking about a trip and 1.2 trips a week less than they were before. What that means is that our funding model, when we run out of emergency state and federal aid in fiscal year 2026, is not going to be able to fund our operations. And it's really no longer sustainable to rely on those people, our new riders, those people that are overwhelmingly people of color, with people that don't have cars, and lower income people to bear the brunt of this fiscal crisis through increased fares. Next slide. One of the things that we hear a lot when we're talking about our deficit is that BART spends a lot of money and it costs a lot to run transit, which is true. It does cost a lot of money to run transit, but BART is spending its money efficiently. So BART has the best in the nation cost efficiency, which is our operating expenditures per every mile that our vehicles are running. We've also controlled our costs in a post-pandemic world at lower than inflation levels, and that those cost growth, when you look at it per service hour, are the lowest of any of our peer agencies across the nation. We are instituting a 5.5% fare increase starting January 1st in order to try to keep our budget deficit as managed as possible. But our budget crisis is really due to remote work and over-reliance on passenger revenue, which had worked for decades, not high costs and not spending that we are not controlling. You can see that in the graph looking at those other peer transit agencies. If we could go to the next slide. The other thing that we hear is, well, if you've got a deficit, we should just cut costs. Unfortunately, like all heavy rail operators, BART has a significant fixed cost of operation. So about 60% of our costs are either fixed or semi-variable, which are not really driven by service. So just flipping the switch on and turning the BART system on, it costs about 60% as running our total service. What that means is that in order to cut our costs at a level that would be needed to address our fiscal cliff would be devastating service cuts. So a 20% cost reduction in our operating costs would require 65% reduction in service. A 30% reduction in operating costs would require an 85% reduction in service, which would be catastrophic to the Bay Area and cities like Richmond that rely on our service. Next slide, please. So if stable sources of funding are not secured, service options are terrible and really devastating to families and people that rely on transit. We would be looking at running one train every hour, 60-minute frequencies, closing our system at 9 p.m., closing stations, eliminating lines of service, not providing service on the weekends. And that would mean devastatingly worse traffic throughout the Bay Area. That traffic would be, that additional traffic would require 3 additional lanes on the Bay Bridge. Anybody that's driven through Richmond on 580 or 880, on 80 knows how badly those roads and congestion can back up. Imagine if we needed to find additional Bay Bridge space for that many cars and what that would do to Richmond's traffic situation and people trying to move throughout Richmond. Obviously traffic is bad, but I like to think of the other things that means. That means that people are less likely to think of buying a home near Richmond Station and supporting the property values of people in your community. That's people that are less likely to be able to go home and have dinner with their kids. It's people that have a really hard time getting to work, and people that will potentially move to other communities because of these terrible options. It's not just traffic, it's the implications for the quality of life that the mayor talked so positively about Richmond's quality of life during the State of the City. If BART doesn't survive, these are things that could be jeopardized. We are very thankful for our partners like the City of Richmond and your great staff, and we're looking towards a ballot measure in 2026 to try to address this somehow. But this is, the reality of a future without BART. It's really bleak. So I believe that the next slide is my contact information. We could go to that. My name, we are always happy to come back and update you on how our fiscal cliff and our service impact the City of Richmond. We're deeply thankful for the partnership with City Manager Carl and your staff. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So what would need to happen to continue the emergency funding, considering that it's going to be necessary?
Yeah, based on the recent federal elections, it's highly unlikely that additional federal transit funding comes towards the Bay Area and transit systems in general. So we're not looking to rely on that. And the state's budget deficit as well makes additional state revenue something that we would definitely appreciate, but I don't believe is likely to come at the same level. So that's why we're pursuing local options, both in negotiations with MTC around a regional measure, and then also looking at BART's authority if MTC doesn't come to an agreement for a region-wide measure.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Cepeda.
I have a question. Thank you for the presentation, Bradley. Thank you. Question about preventive measures on the tracks. There's not a lot, but every once in a while there's someone that falls into the tracks, either on purpose or by accident. In some other countries, they have doors that kind of don't allow people to just jump in, keeping our trains safer and everyone altogether safer. Is there anything in the future for that?
Yeah, so we had a very unfortunate incident in downtown San Francisco earlier this year where somebody was pushed into the tracks. And, we have looked at windscreens, which is that kind of technical term for a second set of doors that doesn't open until the train gets there. Because of the kind of unique designs of our stations being as old as they are and some of the challenges, if you look at a lot of other places that have those kinds of windscreens, they're often more modern. So that is something that we're looking at. But obviously those retrofitting 50 stations and getting the train control system to work with those windscreens would be a significant challenge. We are undergoing a effort to upgrade our train control system from a block-based system to a communication-based train control system, which allows the trains to talk to each other. And that upgrade would make it a lot easier for us to potentially install those kinds of safety measures. But that is, a substantial, multi-billion-dollar, multi-year effort to install those train control upgrades.
Okay, thank you. No other questions?
So you mentioned a series of reductions that would be necessary if there was a budget shortfall. Is there a list of which reductions would come before others?
Currently, there isn't a list. I mean, we are very hopeful that the region will pull together and realize the importance of BART to the communities that we serve, and how BART supports the local economy, the culture of the Bay Area, and making the Bay Area a vibrant place that people want to live, want to bring companies, want to innovate, and drive economic prosperity. So we haven't, currently detailed those things. Those are the kinds of things that we would need. And quite frankly, because of the high fixed costs of the system, we'd probably have to do, all of those things and still try to find money in couch cushions and the like in order to run the system. We are also very concerned that if we do those things, there will be what's called a transit death spiral, where the transit service becomes so inconvenient to use that people, start taking other ways of getting around. So that's people buying cars, and once they buy a car, or get a second car, or do these other, or move, or do these other kinds of things, that permanently derails ridership. So that's another concern that we have, is that would lead to fewer ridership, less fares to support, and further need for cuts in addition to what I laid out.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers?
We have one public speaker. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have Cordell Hindler.
So thank you, Mayor Martinez, for bringing this item forward, and nice to see you again, Bradley. So as someone who rides BART, who used to ride BART frequently, one of the concerns that I had was we didn't have no police inside the BART trains, but I'm glad that it's starting to come forward, because it's becoming a concern, because every time I hear in the news, it's what is BART up to now? It's adding additional fares, and I'm like, and I ride BART regularly, so I'm like, that's a good idea. But my concern is that, it's safety. When people ride BART, they don't feel comfortable. But it's but one of the things I am glad about is the trains, cars itself, because it's it is filthy. I mean, the trains, that is, it's filthy. So I'm glad that it's bringing forward. So thank you again, Bradley, for this presentation.
There are no other speakers.
All right. In that case, we thank you for the presentation and for the information. So I'll see you on BART.
I will see you on BART. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next item is item X2, and that's to receive a presentation from Richmond's Village Development Team on the benefit of villages for the unhoused.
So, Mr. Mayor, I brought this item forward. It's a presentation on the concept of why villages for the unhoused are so important. We know that we can't wish homelessness away. We need to consider helping them in the best and most sustainable way possible. We have a number of people here, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and then we'll hear their presentation.
Hello, everybody. I'm O'Neill Fernandez.
And I'm Daniel Barth.
Gonzalez?
You got to press the button.
Oh, sorry. Which button? Both of them?
My name is Inti Gonzalez, co-founder of Tiny Village Spirit.
I'm Sally Heinman from Tiny Village Spirit.
And KCRT is right on the button here.
That's right. We've got a presentation, a short slide deck. So thank you for hearing this brief presentation about villages for the unhoused. We're very excited to be here and to mention that for 20 years, Richmond has built upon transformative practices that support public safety and community well-being. Before we get started on why empowerment villages, let's review some of the recent context. Since 2024, with Shasta Curl's leadership, with Bill Lindsay, Richmond's Health in All policy strategy strives to address multiple social, economic, and environmental inequities that disproportionately impact certain groups and neighborhoods. And in 2017, with then Councilmember Martinez and Beckles, Villages for the Unhoused has been a city priority since then, since 2017. In 2021, Richmond's Reimagining Public Safety Initiative began enabling unhoused interventions and prioritized villages. And Richmond resolved, as our mayor mentioned, 2 of its largest encampments with city and state funds. And that builds on, and now we build on that momentum with new encampment resolution efforts. Since 2021, a Richmond site development team met for 3 years, led by our Councilwoman McLaughlin and city staff with community members joining that. And since 2023, a village development team began to develop a pilot village for youth. And for 4 years, unhoused and formerly unhoused individuals have also worked very hard. And we have 2 of them because they worked hard today, still here. And we've been supporting encampments across Richmond. We've been bringing unhoused neighbor power to the fore, and we've been accompanying people on their journeys from tent to home. Greg Pasternak is a professor of environmental studies at UC Davis and an ally for addressing homelessness in our watershed, and we have lots of creeks. Greg recognizes that Richmond is an important place for compassionate solutions to complex, intertwined human and environmental problems, and this is what he calls coexistence conservation. Earlier this year, unhoused employees provided their expertise to organize a survey of unhoused individuals about their housing preferences. The survey was conducted by researchers at San Jose State University and UC Davis. It focused on 2 large encampments at Raley's and Wildcat Creek and interviewed 240 unhoused individuals across the East and South Bay. And this is what people said, and that's what's on this slide. When asked what housing options people would accept, many say that they would accept a shared home with other encampment residents that they knew and liked. So given that people want relationships, why are empowerment villages important change-making environments? Next slide. So let's face it, we live in a transactional world, and predation is the underpinning of our world. It's important to evolve from predatory systems towards people-centered approaches. So let's walk through this transformational process as it informs our response to homelessness. We start with this precondition of predatory economics and racial discrimination. And from this, we have a baseline of chronic homelessness, which we see in our streets now. In attempting to resolve this, we make trade-offs on public safety. We have to make those trade-offs, but when we abate for the sake of the community, we displace individuals who are chronically unhoused. And surviving through this, encampment communities are an attempt to improve safety. And the safety net seeks alternatives, but are not necessarily people-centered. And these interventions are often welcomed only as a last resort. So to evolve from this existing ecosystem of instability, we can assist people to self-identify their needs and to own their investment in change. An empowerment village is an evolution of people-centered and community-driven approaches. And the photo here says a lot. It looks like a transaction, but it's really interpersonal contact. It's meeting people with dignity and with care. In 2010 rather, the founder of Housing First, his name is Sam Barris, found in his research that the client's perspective is a fundamental value that influences every measure taken, and that frequent and consistent contact is often a missing piece of this Housing First model when it's practiced by cities. So how do unhoused interventions become more equity-driven? Next slide. So at the left, you can see an illustration of equity as compared to equality. Equity means that each person is supported to gain access according to their individual needs. In an environment like a village that is explicitly designed and centered on elevating each resident's voice, people may experience a greater sense of equity. At the right, the diagram is a system of accountability for rising up from harm. Harm is the environment that housed and unhoused neighbors live in when encampments are unsupported. The goal of the journey from tent to home is to accompany people towards personal practices that promote and uplift health and ultimately well-being. And villages need a baseline of accountability around public safety, and that's going to involve public agencies, funders, and the neighborhood. A village operator is going to provide that internal baseline of accountability within the village for ensuring that harm has no place in the village's community. Housed and unhoused stakeholders in the village provide community oversight and uphold mutually developed agreements. Mediators who live at the village and who are elected in the village, and peer support specialist staff who have secured their housing and come to work at the village balance the convergent needs for people-centered and community-driven decision-making. And the goal is to create equity for residents. Next slide. The transition from an encampment is easier with small steps, with fewer deterrents for taking each step. It lowers the barrier for establishing comfort in each of the next new living environments along this tent-to-home pathway. The new environment in a community setting will regulate safety as people begin to adapt to it, and it provides oversight while building a culture of mutual accountability. It cultivates each person's stake in the community and is grounded in dignified relationships and meaningful activities. The village effectively delivers essentials like meals and hygiene, sanitation, and supports a shared vision for personal and community organization. And peer support is the norm. It provides daily contact by community leaders and service providers. The village will introduce a daily schedule into each person's life, not afforded in an isolated housing environment. It increases the motivation for initiating action and taking steps each day. And this practical regulation that is integrated in people's daily outlook according to their needs reduces harm and lowers exposure to risk in the program. Community culture in the village fosters social interactions, interdependence, peer-to-peer modeling, and it increases exposure to new behaviors that may initiate their personal change. Information and opportunities are easily introduced in a community environment. The village, most importantly, will acknowledge and affirm personal growth, and where we'll see it, all the stakeholders can witness the noticeable improvement that we'll see in each person's well-being. Next slide. Last slide. Several stages of interim and stable housing are proposed to reduce barriers for leaving encampments. Well, we've seen a success. Well, Ralph's not here from GRIP anymore, but we've seen the success that the GRIP Warming Center provides right now with a no-barrier emergency front door. But even before that, the initial stage is getting people interested in the no-barrier front door, which is what a wellness center is for. And by the way, late breaking news, we can announce that we have a new wellness center location. We'll be located at 32 Harbor Way, thanks to Jeff Wright of Bridge Storage. We're going to be moving in on January 1st. We'll have our own brick and mortar facility where we can open the doors every single day and people can walk in, no barrier. We're really excited about that, and we welcome you to come to our open house. We'll have as soon as our executive team lets us do that. So there's the warming center, there's the emergency level, and then there's transitional housing villages. And these are for people who are actively already engaging in their personal change journey. And permanent housing villages, we can do this. They are stable residency without an end date. We can build those. And home ownership is an ultimate level of stability that we can achieve. They can be permanently affordable, especially if tiny houses are on community land, trust land. And this could be called an eco-village. It could have co-housing elements in the design, and it could even host entrepreneurial activities, and we got lots of ideas about those. That would get people employed and doing their own businesses. We can have those kinds of very robust environments if we do our work together. The Empowerment Village approach includes the perspectives and the practices of the whole community, including our community-based partners, now, the ones we have now and the emerging ones, and our public agencies who we work with every single day. And so we welcome your participation in the further development of this range of models. And that's our brief presentation. And so now we hope by making it brief that we have some time and you have some energy to ask us some questions and we can talk about empowerment villages. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. Do we want to make a motion to extend the meeting?
I'll move to extend the meeting until this item is ended, including public comment.
Do we have a
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yeah, I have a question. We have one other item that was pulled. I just want to see what the urgency of that one is before I.
What item is that?
There was
Yeah, we are going to see it in the next meeting.
11B.
We are just voting to finish this item.
V11B. We can hear that on January 7th if that's the desire of the council, but we I do want the council to be aware that Assistant Chief Simmons is available to meet with you one-on-one to answer any questions, and that the contract, we do need it in order for the police to be able to provide reporting access for residents.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure if it was urgent that we needed before we go into last meeting. So thank you, then my vote is yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner and Councilmember Willis absent.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank the presenters, all those who worked to pull this together. I know you made it short, and sometimes condensing things is harder than, making it long. So I think you did a great job of sharing this vision, this concept of how villages can help and can really, set people on the right course, the peer-to-peer engagement, all the things you talked about are so important to really sustain, to get a person into a better state of body and mind in order to sustain a better lifestyle, a more secure lifestyle with housing and employment and all the other needs that unhoused people may have to address. So I just wanted to thank you, and I just want to say that one of the reasons, as Daniel mentioned that it was kept short was so that council members could ask questions. I know this is something we would love to see happen. We have one tiny youth village that is on course to be developed, or is already been developed in a major way, has some finishing work to be done. But we also see a vision for adult villages, and more than one, to really keep them small and intimate so people feel a sense of camaraderie and are able to improve their lives. So that's all I wanted to say. And I have had some exposure to this in perhaps more of an intense way than some other council members, so I'm going to just end there, and any questions from the other council members I think is what is going to prove useful, and then I know there's some public comment.
So, Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the vision. I couldn't go to the visit, but I saw the videos, and it's really beautiful. I think for me, I know that the housing crisis is real, and we need to have alternatives to get people out of the streets and in community. We know the system here is broken, and we have the shelters are not enough. The county has been improving. They are building some new homes in San Pablo as well. So I think I have one question, but I will comment on that. I think that the village could be a good idea for transition, but I don't agree that it should be permanent. I think what we need to have is housing that is well, with kitchen and all of that. Everybody deserves that, and pretending that this solution is going to be permanent for people is just to think short about the right for people to have housing, and I just don't want that we kind of limited ourselves just saying that these solutions could be the solution for permanent housing and housing, because it's not. It's kind of a short-term thing that, but the goal is that everybody has housing. So with that said, I would like to see in terms of budget, how much it could cost a unit, and how and kind of the cost, and then what are the challenges that you see in building these, and that I didn't see that in the presentation. Thank you.
Anyone want to take that cost? Well, I can say a little bit about this, and just thank you so much for taking time. We are just very grateful for your interest, and we know that it's late. The cost of building the houses can really vary. The model that we use at Tiny Village Spirit is a volunteer-led model, which just saves literally millions of dollars working with professional volunteers. And so the costs, for example, for the youth village that we're building is $20,500 per house. And then, and that doesn't include the community spaces that are at the village. And then for the adult villages that we are proposing, we're talking about going up to when we add in a bathroom and a kitchen for a house, and really make a wonderful space for adults that might be different from what somebody in their early 20s might have, who's at a more transitional phase. So those houses might cost anywhere from $35,000 to $45,000 each. And again, we would be working with volunteers that would really work to reduce the cost. There's a project that's in an envisioning phase right now that that is talking about mixing unhoused folks with folks that are living on limited incomes. And those are, the houses that are being proposed are 240 square feet. And people would have the ability to gain equity by doing a lease to buy option there. And we're really excited about pursuing that approach because we really want to see unhoused people being able to build equity and not just be renters. So anyway, there's a lot of possibility, but we love the model of volunteers and allies building houses in order to save money. And we're just really looking at innovative solutions to solving these problems, especially with the new administration coming in at the national level and the, some of the issues with that, challenges.
I just want to, I just want to speak about, the size. So as we're trying to house some of the unhoused people or just anybody on the street, I mean, we're getting cubicles. So what we're offering in these tiny homes are bigger than some of the SROs and some of the units that some of these programs that you spoke about, the ERF programs, we're being able to offer them more space within these tiny homes than we are in a structured building. And the reason of that is because they can't afford. I mean, rent's through the roof. Now, if we're being able to find an affordable housing, we're offering them the size of a bed, and that's all you got. So being able to offer these tiny homes is a different solution, and it could be a bigger area space that they're actually being able to call home. So it might not be this mansion, but it can be bigger than most of the affordable things that, as a care manager in the program, we're housing a lot of people in very tiny units because that's what the affordability is out here. To being able to find someone housing and being able to support that when a program leaves them.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Okay, thank you for this presentation, and we've met before, and I would look forward to hopefully finding a couple good solutions for locations soon here, if we haven't already. A couple of questions. I just want to just clarify. The cost you mentioned, that is for building each home, or is the cost of each home? Can you clarify on what that number is?
That is the cost of building each home. Yeah.
So that's all the supplies, and then the volunteers.
And that's for that's for houses that we would build for adult villages that would be different because they would include a kitchen and bathroom. The youth villages model is one where there's a shared kitchen and bathroom. So yeah.
So these homes would have their own kitchen and bathroom?
For the adult villages, that's what we're talking about, even as transitional housing.
This is not the hard tents that we discussed before?
So that was the emergency shelter village that we were proposing in Santa Fe, that because it was being proposed in a public right-of-way that adjacent businesses had issue with, that was a fair claim. And so we stood down immediately, and so did the neighborhood council. And so traditionally what we're looking for are that we use emergency shelter locations like the GRIP warming center, and the warming center is no picnic. As successful as it is, it's a cot in a dining room and folks are leaving at 7 a.m. And so what are we going to do at an emergency level? And that's our shelter system. And then the transitional level is for the youth is going to be a room, a small tiny house, and then for the adults they would be fully equipped.
So the adults will be about 30 to 40,000 per home, is that what I heard?
Or 35 to 45.
35 to 45. So that's for the building. What about the administrative cost? Month over month,
Are you talking about the operating costs?
Yeah.
I mean, we would need to look at more specifics and, the number of residents at the village and things like that. But so it's kind of a little bit abstract to try to give you a projection right now, but we'd be happy to come up with some numbers and show them to you. Be delighted.
Because I think that's the number that we might be looking at, right? We can say we're going to build X amount of homes, but then you need X amount of money to administer it day in, day out, right?
Well, when you say administer, what you're talking about, in my belief, is there's a community environment that's being supported, and there's, as I was saying, efficiency in providing those supports in a community environment, and of course, there's social benefits by being in that environment. And so bringing services and supports and all the robust nature of a community and doing so successfully is much more cost effective than if we have folks in SRO units around, around the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Frankly, that's what happens.
Yeah, so we just need to know the cost so that way, what the total cost might be.
Operating costs for, when we were proposing a village that we lost the site because the seller was competing, was bringing in competition and we couldn't stay with that. What was the cost for the operations, do you remember?
For the Sunshine Village?
That's right. For
I mean,
26, right?
In the range of $750,000 a year for operations costs, for a village that would house 13 people, for example, and that includes providing security.
And so, of course, if we get larger, that was a pilot that we were proposing. And so as we build larger, sense of community, we're bringing cost efficiency when we can have more tiny houses on a larger parcel. And that would bring further benefits.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yeah, so thanks for this presentation. I think the most beneficial thing I did recently was to go do the tour of the Oakland site. It really kind of made it really clear what's possible and really pushed me over in terms of being really supportive of the village model, what I saw in Oakland, what's happening there. They did point out some things that I feel like are important to make sure that it's accounted for, going forward. One was they underestimated their maintenance costs to keep the buildings in good repair over time, because they need repairs and they needed more repairs. Usually what happens, with facilities, especially facilities that may be made by different people and whatnot, they need repairs. I think that she was estimating that she would, if she had a budget about $500,000 a year for maintenance costs, it would be much better. And so just hearing that and hearing like the amount of stress that she was saying that, a unit with mold or a unit with a leak or a unit with other things where you have to put them out of commission and then you can't address it. I remember we were standing and talking by the door of one of the round Kiva units, and the door has a hole in it, and I was like, maintenance costs. And she's like, yes. She can't fix the door, And she's like, it's great to have volunteers, but you can't depend on volunteers for all of the things that happen all of the time. And so she's like, just having a maintenance budget. She also mentioned that having security that is separate from the people who live there so that you don't get into really difficult interpersonal things where it's hard to have non-messy situations, was really key to their success. And they said that they didn't start that way. They started with having a lot more familiarity between their security with people who lived there. They would have a security shift and whatever. And it was just like a whole host of problems that kind of came out of that. And so I just wanted to kind of pull those forward. And the last thing that she really mentioned, two things that was like key to success, was the housing navigators and kind of caseworkers almost, and having them there, making sure they're present, a part of the community, a part of the space, and then people who clean to reduce the stress. The place was really very, very clean. Like kitchen's clean, the bathrooms are clean, the community room's clean. And from her perspective, having that level of lack of stress where people aren't feeling like they have to hoard toilet paper because they don't know if they're going to go in there and have any toilet paper, or if it's going to be a mess all over the floor in the bathroom, or all these things create a level of stress on everyone. And they tried to have kind of communal chores and things like that, but just considering all the different places that people were coming from, keeping up with the chore list is not always the top thing on the list when you're trying to stabilize yourself. So I say all this to say that, as we move forward in considering this as a real option in Richmond, I really want to encourage your team to make sure that it's robust, that it's learning from, successful models, so we don't have to go through some of those same things, and like taking it, in kind of not lowballing, but actually putting all the things in that may be necessary to make it a success. And then just finally, it's not really a question, I've just kind of wanted to get it on the record that I heard those things. And I would like anything that we do here to be successful. And then lastly, I'm still of the mind, and I need to say it pretty clearly, that I don't see this as a permanent solution. I feel like it's a failure of public will not to make sure that everyone has an access to housing. I think we should be doing a lot more to take, whole houses that no one's in and making sure that people can move into them, making sure that all of our housing developers incorporate into any new housing developments units that are for the unhoused, like making sure that those kinds of things happen so people have, once they stabilize themselves, they have a place to go, a next step in transition. I really worry that if we give up on that, like fighting for that right, that we're going to get into a situation where you see around the world where there's just whole like subcultures of people who live in a whole different world, and that they become kind of the forgotten, right? And I just don't see that as a healthy way, to have that huge division between peoples. We have a lot of vacant houses. So there's a lot of comments. I don't have very many questions, just hoping that as this develops here, that we can learn from all those things and do it in a way that can really show success. So thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yeah, I just want to thank you both, Vice Mayor Jimenez and Councilmember Robinson, for all your comments. I think they all make sense. I do want to bring out the fact that the whole tiny village model came about long before the idea of using it for the unhoused. Back when I was mayor, people were coming up to me saying, can we do a senior tiny house village? The whole vision. So I was exploring it then, not as for the unhoused, but for people who were, they couldn't afford to buy a home, but they could afford to buy a tiny home in a tiny home village. And it could, I remember some people in particular talking about this would be great for seniors, but it doesn't even have to be seniors. A lot of people have built tiny home villages for just low-income housing, or people who wanted to just reduce their amount of consumption and articles of that they have in their house, and they wanted to have a smaller living. But yes, it would have if it went into a permanent village, it would be much more substantial than some of the ones than what we saw, which at the Tiny Youth Village, which is a small unit. But it sounds like for the adult units, even for the temporary ones, they're talking about bigger units. And so, but I do think we need to remember that the whole idea of tiny villages did not emerge as a solution for the unhoused. Once the unhoused situation became, kind of exploded, then it became, well, why don't we use these tiny villages that we've heard about that some people have put into effect? And so I don't think anybody's thinking of having a small unit that you're putting an unhoused person in to get their lives on track, then move out of, then stay there forever. I mean, they're more talking about a specific type of village. There are different types. There's a tiny youth village, there's a small village, then there's a village on a larger lot, and then there's villages that are for, you know, housed people, that people that are used to be living in a house that want to downsize into a tiny home. And, you know, there may be, I heard it said in this presentation, there might be a possible housed and unhoused living in a village. There are all different types, but I hear you all being very concerned, as you should be, about it being really a dignified and quality of life experience. So whatever that takes. Now, I'm not advocating, you know, having it permanent or temporary. I think most of them probably are going to be temporary when we're thinking about moving unhoused people into a tiny village. I think they were just trying to give the range of possibilities. And so I think it's a worthwhile thing to think of the range of possibilities, but we certainly want to move unhoused into tiny villages to get their lives on track, and case managers and you know, all the types of support they need to get them into being able to afford a permanent housing, whether it's an apartment or eventually perhaps purchasing a house. But this is all takes time when someone's been unhoused for so long. So this interim solution that builds community at the same time as it gives people the services they need to make that transition in their lives, I think offers so much. I mean, I'll tell you, it's just, I know we probably have all known people or have relatives who either have, you know, been through an unhoused experience or who have, you know, all kinds of problems, and we know that support is needed. And that support can't just be, you know, once or twice a week. It needs that day in and day out, that community support, like a family, if you will. You know, people who have troubles and have their family to support them, wonderful, but not everybody does. And the community sensibility of a village provides that camaraderie, that closeness, that community knit kind of atmosphere and actual relationship building that I think truly helps people get on their feet. I have known, I mean, in my family, people who are very troubled. And without that day in and day out support from family, these troubles just fester. So in this case, it's outside of the family, but serving as that kind of main key support system and relationship building. So I just wanted to echo what you said, you both said, in terms of how important it is to have quality of life. And however these villages come up, you know, that needs to search out more sites. But I think that's good advice or feedback for you all to hear that we heard from the other council members. And I really appreciate the work that you've all done.
Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have 5 in-person public speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. The in-person speakers are Marcela Hidalgo, Angelina Pina, Dara Carl, O'Neill Fernandez, and Jeff Wright. You'll have 2 minutes each. Marcela Hidalgo.
Hello, my name is Marcela Hidalgo, and I'm here today as somebody who has experienced homelessness.
Turn your microphone on here.
Hold on.
Hi, I'm Marcela Hidalgo. I'm here today as somebody who has been experiencing homelessness, sometimes by choice, since I was 12 years old. Through time, support, and some reflection, I began to rebuild myself, my strength, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. I was weighed down by shame and guilt. This is about more than just me. This is more than just housing. It's about restoring support, purpose, self-belief, self-worth, and a sense of community for people often seen, treated as lost causes. To create a safe, stable, and nurturing environment that offers shelter, community, and resources for personal growth. Providing the foundation for individuals to rebuild our lives. As someone who has walked through this difficult path and understand the struggles of feeling lost and unseen. By sharing the hope and tools that help me believe in myself, we seek to rebuild a community where others can reclaim their strength, self-worth, and dignity. By helping people believe in themselves and their potential, we can help break the cycle of homelessness and build a stronger community. This is not just about housing. It's about creating opportunities for transformation. Having self-respect, staying focused on the vision, leading by example, and just making our success be our best revenge against everything that ever was against us, and then looking to our higher power to just take care of the rest. That's it.
Our next speaker is Angelina Pina, and we have 4
Hi,
minutes.
I'm Angelina, and I am from Richmond, born, raised. As someone who has personally experienced the struggle and challenges being unhoused and living on the streets, I understand the daily fears and depression that can be caused by homelessness. My experience living on the streets has not only given me strength, but also a desire to uplift others who are facing similar struggles. I believe building tiny home villages for the unhoused would give people tiny home villages for the unhoused would give people a sense of belonging. The village would be more than just a physical space, but it would also help remove, physical space, but it will also help remove the constant worry of where will I sleep tonight. It will be a place of understanding and give the opportunity to rebuild their future. Living on the streets can strip people of their sense of identity and self-worth. I was once one of those lost people, and being able to relate and have the opportunity to join the SOS family, I've not only found stability, but also a sense of purpose and empowerment. Working with SOS has allowed me to build relationships, leadership skills, and advocate for those who need support. Having these villages would serve as a stepping stone toward permanent housing, help people develop routines, access resources, and rebuild their lives in their own space, on their own pace. I stuck.
You're awesome. Mayor, we do have a few more speakers, but hold on 1 second, please. Do we want to suspend the rules and extend the meeting?
I move that we suspend the rules and hear from the remaining speakers.
I second that.
All right. Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Are the speakers going to be the speakers who are actually doing the presentations?
No, I don't think so.
Vice Mayor Jimenez? We're suspending the rules.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
I'm speaking on behalf
Robinson?
of my
Hold on,
daughter.
please.
Sorry. Not my.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Bonner and Willis absent. No, your daughter's not speaking?
But I'm speaking on her behalf.
No.
That's not acceptable? Okay, thank you. It was
Okay,
Pastor
is
Beth-
that Dara?
That's right.
Carl?
Dara
Okay.
Carl, yes.
O'Neill Fernandez? You want to?
Am I okay to speak?
Hold on
I'll
one
keep
second.
it really quick. I just want to talk about the empowerment that we're talking about.
Yeah,
These two beautiful ladies are the reason, oh, go ahead, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
If you were part of the presentation.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah. But I would like to speak since I haven't had a chance to speak.
There's one more speaker, Jeff
Oh,
Wright.
Okay.
Who is Jeff? Okay, here we go.
Hi, I'm Jeff Wright. I'm a Richmond resident and owner of Bridge Storage and Art Space. I can only speak to my direct experience of working with these people as they have stepped up to clean things up in my neck of the woods. I've got that space under the 580 freeway, you all know it. Before SOS came along South 2nd Street, it was just always just garbage and dumping and trash. The way that Caltrans dealt with their part of it was to bring a bulldozer in and just push people out. And what I see here is a community model that is based on a DIY kind of an approach where you have people helping people who can relate to the people that they're helping, who actually are not doing it top down, but they're doing it from a peer perspective. And from my perspective as a business owner, it's just amazing, and I have nothing but good to say about them. So whatever y'all can figure out in your high-level discussions, please do it, because it works.
We have one speaker online.
I have Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. My name is Sarah Cantor, Richmond resident. I am really excited to hear about this proposal. I think it sounds great. What I want to talk about is I heard from a couple council members naming that they didn't want this plan to be kind of a permanent solution for people. And I think it's important to distinguish between a permanent solution, meaning we've given up on trying anything else. We are saying this is all that people deserve. We shouldn't try to create better opportunities. And permanent housing, meaning people don't get kicked out of their housing after a certain amount of time. I think that so often like transitional or temporary housing just means that there's a clock on how long someone is allowed to stay at that space. And that can result in people bouncing around from transitional space to transitional space or ending up homeless again because they're kicked out of a solution that finally works for them because of an arbitrary deadline placed on what it means to be temporary or transitional. So I totally agree that we shouldn't see anything that we're doing here as the end of our work towards equitable housing in Richmond, but I also am in support of making this be a possibility for permanent housing in the sense that we're not kicking people out just so that we can get someone else in and have this rotating door where people are ultimately end up back out in the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
Okay. To me, it seems that the only permanent housing, the only permanent abode that we have is our body, and even that's not permanent. Some of us find a secondary shelter that keeps us from the rain, and that secondary shelter gives us shelter, but it doesn't give us community. Community is a third form of shelter that we all seek as humans. It's a shelter that we all need to be human. When I worked with the people on Ryden Road, one of the things that I heard over and over and saw was that sense of community that they had found, not found, but created with each other. And when Ryden Road was taken apart, that community was taken apart. So when we think of these small houses, these communities as being permanent, we have to think of them as permanent in terms of how long that sense of permanence remains inside the development of each individual who is there. Even some of us who have what we call a permanent residence aren't permanently there, because every time we become someone else, we're no longer that person that was there, we're someone else. So we need to think of every situation as a situation that helps us develop to become better people, that helps us develop to become a better community, that helps us learn how we need to be in order to be our best. So I see this happening in what you do. And so whatever sense of permanence the individuals who are in need of what you do feels they need, then it should be provided until they're ready to move on. So I applaud you and thank you. That's. So with that, I suppose we conclude this meeting. Thank you.
Happy holidays to everybody.
Yes, happy holidays. Have a good one.
Next year.
See you next year. If not earlier. For some of us.
Yeah.